please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We've got a lot of people here this afternoon. I'm going to try to speak up, but we also have some amplifiers today, so that should aid in being able to hear the Commission. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Has the Commission been able to review the November meeting minutes?
Yeah.
Yes. Is there a motion regarding those minutes?
Move for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item on our agenda is our annual hearing to consider certificates of convenience and necessity for taxi cabs and additional taxi cab permits. Before we get into the individual company applications, I'd like to recognize some council members who have requested to speak on this issue to allow them to get back to city business. I'll call you by name altogether once, but if you could please come forward. David Blaylock, Mr. Ronnie Stein, Mr. Tony Timpenny, Mr. Berkeley Allen, Jacobia Dowell, Dwayne Dominigue, Miss Erica Gilmore, Fabian Bedney, and Scott Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Councilman Ronnie Stein. I commend you all for what you're doing. I'm not sure when I met many of you all when you came before our Rules Committee that any of you all envisioned quite days like this when you agreed to serve your city. But I thank you all for your service, and frankly, I commend you all for the really good work, particularly over the last year or so, and your staff is doing a top-notch job, and their communication is excellent, so I thank you. There seems to be a widespread impression in the world that those of us on the council have now become experts on transportation licensing issues, and a number of constituents obviously have contacted us to come before you all to plead their case. I don't pretend to be an expert, but I think a few things have come to light just from being an informed layperson in the community. We clearly need more cabs. We also need to continue to improve the quality of cab service in our community. I hear two complaints over and over again, and I know there's nothing new, but I will just share them with you. One is we hear from a lot of people that it's tough to get service in the outlying parts of the county. And secondly, we hear anecdotally a lot that it's tough to get a short fare in downtown Nashville. I believe the competition and your continued oversight will, over time, address successfully both of those issues. I also believe that driver-operated cabs seem to a layperson again to bring more accountability and help raise the bar for courteous, efficient service. I've written you specifically in support of 10 cabs requests for more certificates. I find them to be trying very hard, and they seem to be providing good service, albeit limited because of the scope of their size. I have also been contacted by United Taxi, and as I will do for any constituent that contacts me, I ask you to give them every consideration if you expand the number of certificates. I thank you again for considering the overall expansion. I also encourage you to be fair to all concerned. I have every confidence that you will be, and particularly to driver operators. And I ask you to look closely at 10 cabs application. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Devette Blaylock, and I too want to reiterate everything that he said in the beginning. We're very proud of you, and I'm no expert in this matter, but I do want to make sure that, that the majority of our city definitely needs service and the outer areas. My district is 27, and we're right on the line for Williamson County. So a lot of times they don't want to come out there because they don't have enough cabs. So we definitely want more cabs. And I wouldn't throw out a number, but I know that, at least 1,000 is something that the majority of people are looking at, telling us that that's a good number. I think a lot of people want more. So one company that I'm very familiar with is Quick Cab, and I think they're an excellent company. They are doing so much with so little right now. They have big plans, but they need more cabs. They want to do cameras. They want to do something which is very unique. I'm sure you probably have all this before you, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention again. They want to educate people that are in their cabs, driving around, especially new people to our city, letting them know what's going on in our community. And I think that is something that would be a very nice thing to have in our districts. They also are, as most companies, they're obligating themselves to do 10% towards the ADA cabs, which is good. They need more cabs to be able to do that, though. I just think they're a great company, doing a lot with the few that they have. They're servicing so many of our districts now with the few, cabs that they do have. There's other cab companies that have been around a long time that have come before you and gotten permits every time they've come before you. And I just really want you to take a look at, maybe our new companies and even the older companies like United who have not gotten a new permit in the last 10 years. So please take a look at those, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. I'm Council Lady Jacobia Dow, and I, first of all, want to say thank you. I sent a letter to you on behalf of Nash Vegas Cab Company and also the driver-owned companies that are here today asking for permits. I want to thank you for issuing permits, but I don't want to repeat what some of the other council people have said, but I want to share with you, all the gentlemen you see out here and lady in the yellow shirts are with a new company called Nash Vegas Cab Company. Most of these drivers are current drivers. They live out in our area, and they're looking to start their own company, and I'm requesting that you issue permits on their behalf. As a city, we should foster entrepreneurship and innovation. I think it's key to our continued growth and sustainability. And we want to continue to help new small business owners start and get going. The reason why you see so many driver-owned cab companies looking to start their business is because they've caught on to the passion of what Nashville is and what's happening in our city. And they want to operate a cab company in a way that parallels what we're looking to promote, customer service, safety, and give people a good time when they come to our city, and that's what Nash Vegas is about. I want you to know that most of those cab drivers, they have driven in our city for many, many years. They are very familiar with it, and they're looking to provide a professionalism into the cab services that oftentimes as a taxi driver you don't see. They're asking for 150 permits, and I'm asking that you fulfill that request. Now, what I will say is that we all know that there is a shortage of cabs in this city. I think oftentimes when we think about cab driving and taxi service, we think about the downtown core area and around the tourist sites. I think one area that we often miss is the suburban areas, and often one customer we miss is senior citizens. Specifically in my District 32, Metro Transit Authority cut off the Access Ride bus. That has had a great impact on a lot of our seniors in our area who need cab service. A lot of times the waits are very long to have a cab come out to our area, and quite frankly, we need some service out in those suburban areas around our city because the need is there. A lot of people are not driving. So today I ask you to continue to foster entrepreneurship, innovation, and grant Nash Vegas permits. Also, the other cab companies that are requesting permits, I think we have enough to grant them all. I think one thing I want to say, and I'll go sit down, is that by granting them permits, many of these, I know there's a concern about having too many permits in the city, but I think one thing to consider is that once these permits are granted, many of these people already already drive cabs for other companies, those permits will be transferred over to their company. So, it's like moving the drivers over from one cab company to another. So I don't necessarily think it will create a surplus of cab companies because they no longer will be with the other cab company and with their new company. And that's it. I just ask you to consider granting them service, and I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Berkeley Allen. I represent the Vanderbilt-Belmont area. And I'd like to echo Councilmember Stein and Councilmember Dowell that clearly everyone knows we need more taxi licenses, but I would like specifically to speak to the need for called taxi cabs that will come out to a neighborhood as opposed to waiting in line at the airport or the downtown area. I have heard numerous complaints from residents who have a repeated standing date. They just need to be picked up at the same time on Tuesday morning. How hard is that to do? Seems to be very difficult. And stories of elderly people waiting at the Kroger for a cab that was supposed to come at 3 o'clock while their ice cream melts until 4 o'clock. That doesn't need to happen. There are cabs that have models where they are committed to working off of phone conversations and getting people to a certain place at a certain time. So I would specifically request that you consider additional licenses for cabs companies that are committed to a call type of model as opposed to a taxi stand waiting model. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the job that you guys do. My name's Tony Tenpenny. I'm a council member of the 16th District over in the Woodbine area, and I'm here standing in support of 10 Cab this afternoon. When I first was introduced to 10 Cab and they asked me to come over and see how their business was run and what they did, and when they were first trying to get some permits, where they get their cab company going, they were a little bit in disarray. They didn't have everything in line the way that they were supposed to, and they didn't get anything when the first time that I come in support of them. Well, in that time, in the last couple of years, this company has really turned around. They've got a really good dispatch system going on with their company. Also, they're one of, I think they're the only company right now with just the limited permits that they have that offer not only the outside cameras, but the inside cameras in their cars. They also offer the GPS. I think they're one of 3 companies. And I think they're going in the right direction. I would ask that anything you can do to help this company today, help them progress forward, would sure be appreciated. How many of the 10 Cab representatives are here today? We've got a lot of folks here, and I just ask for any help you give those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your work. I know you get paid really well for it. I'm Councilman Dwayne Dominy. I represent the 28th Council District. I tell people I proudly represent the United Nations of Antioch. And I'm here. I have 3 cab companies that either reside in my district or drivers reside in my district that I'm aware of. They are Volunteer Taxi, Nash Vegas, which you see with our bright colored shirts back here, and United Taxi. United Taxi was established in 1994 here. They've been here for a long time. They haven't asked for permits in a long time. They have asked for them, and I respectfully request they be issued additional permits. Nash Vegas has requested 150. I would request respectfully a substantial number go to them, as well as Volunteer Taxi, who also operates out of my district. They've all worked hard. The residents that are working hard, many of them are here from international sources, and even a new country, Eritrea, which is one I didn't know about. I always meet new people from my district, but I ask you to support the cab companies for the sake of the benefit of the residents of this county who have to rely on alternative transportation and those that are coming here visiting, and as well as to support our $600 million convention center we just built. Thanks.
Commissioners, thank you for volunteering your time. Thank you for reading through those huge packets of information over the holiday weekend. And thank you for just serving this great city of ours. And one thing I want to talk about is service. And main thing that we do here in Nashville for the HCAs, before we had the great banking system, before we have some of the world's best law firms, what did we have here in Nashville? We had tourism, we had service. You know, personally, and forgive me, Vanderbilt fans, we're the volunteer state. And what we do is we provide service to our tourists and to our community members. I want to thank all the companies that came out today. And we do need more permits. But being the council member of the 5th Congressional District of Nashville Metro Davidson County, I have an area called Dickerson Road, which we're all familiar with. Recently, there's a renaissance going on Dickerson Road. The Clarion Hotel has came in and has renovated the Days Inn. You have hotels on Brick Church Pike in the Dickerson Road corridor, the Econo Lodge, a lot of great hotels that some of you on this panel will know of, that there's revitalization with the convention center and with the great work with the hospitality and tourist industry has done to kind of revitalize and make us the it city again. My city, where I went to elementary school, middle school, and graduated from, and then came back home to attend business school. But the great thing, though, I just want you to remember, remind you, I am a son of a cab driver, and I'm also a grandson of an immigrant cab driver. So I understand what these gentlemen are going through. I understand watching your grandfather come home after doing a 60-hour shift, from taking people back and forth from the airport, short runs, long runs, quick runs, it doesn't matter. I remember seeing my dad taking the cab next because he was working his way through medical school because he got discharged from the Army, and having to do that to put food on my table as a kid. And then God bless, he graduated from dental school, came down, taught at Meharry, bam, I'm here. But looking at that and remembering that, it does something to me. It applauds me, and it lets me know that these young men and women that drive these cabs are the ambassadors for us. And it's great to show that diversity in our city, to let people know, unlike other areas for the South, Nashville, we love everybody. But going to that, I want to talk about some things I wasn't so happy about over the Christmas break. I had tourists that couldn't get cabs because they had dogs. They're flying in on the airport, and one thing happens, they carry Fluffy or Muffy with them. I mean, personally, my daughter has a Shih Tzu. I take that dog everywhere we go on family vacations. So it's very important to have a pet-friendly hotel. In Nashville, we have one of the largest selections of pet-friendly hotels. But when I get calls saying that, hey, my mother-in-law is coming in town for the holidays, and 3 cabs refuse to pick her up because she has a dog that's in a cage, that's small, and I'm like, well, if the dog pees, I'm sure she'll pay for, damages to the cab. I'm all for that. If the dog does something in your car, pay for it. The customer should pay for that because that's their dog. But being a city that's branded on hospitality, that's very important. And when that happened, when that person was stranded out there was only one company that went to pick that up. I'm not saying other companies wouldn't have picked that young lady up, but Quick Cab did not refuse that service. And she was not even staying at one of their affiliated hotels. The Quick Cab company, if you went through your packets, they're the ones that had all the letters from all of those hotel owners because they were having a hard time finding cabs to cover the short run. And we've all heard it. We've all heard the stories. And this one company with the least amount of permits were covering the short runs. Now, other companies were doing short runs too to kind of balance it out. But the main thing is when the hotel owners had issues getting their customers back and forth, they called and had one particular company. Now, that company had an advantage because the owner is affiliated with hotels. But that's why this company was primarily started, was to service our visitors and our local people here in this city, because the short runs weren't happening before we all knew about, hey, we weren't getting as many short runs getting done in other areas. You know, downtown Marriott, West End Marriotts, having a hard time getting, and you'll see letters from those hotel owners in that big packet. I'm sorry to make you do some homework, but more importantly, they were fulfilling a need that needed to be fulfilled. And I'm here not to bash any company, because they all do a fine job with the limited resources they have. But I want to uplift and applaud the company that went above and beyond the call of duty with the least amount of resources to gather and to help our tourists and our citizens. And recently, I had a lady that lives in my district who is disabled. She was unable to get a cab because it was a short run. And constantly she would call different companies, and I don't know which company she called, and I did not want to know. But yesterday, they didn't have enough cabs. One of the drivers took his personal car and got her. Didn't charge her any fares, wasn't acting like a cab, but knew that she had been waiting and needed a ride. But his shift was over, and you know, he had to give the car to the other guy, and the hotels were packed, and visitors were needing the car. And so he took his time to go out there and get her. And I just want to say thank you for that, because when, as everybody knows, a lot of people know council people, or you've served on the council, you know, when a citizen is in trouble, they ring your phone off the hook. And just like the committee here, I have to have a day job. And much as I would have loved, and I was about to get in my car to go get her and just tell my boss, I'm sorry, you know, I'm going to have to leave, but that meant very something special to me. And I want you to grant their request for the 75 permits they're asking for today, because servicing that many hotels is a burden. 65. Well, grant their request for their 65 permits I'm asking for today. And please bless the rest of these cab companies with some permits too. But more importantly, we got to take care of our tourists, because that's the single industry that has been very stable throughout Nashville's history. And I just want to say thank you for your service, and I will leave now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your service. I think I've been going to the wrong meetings. This is really exciting meeting with so many people here. So I just wanted to come and ask for permits on behalf of 10 Cab and Volunteer Taxi. I do catch quite a bit of taxi services here in Nashville, so I do think it's important for us to be able to get everyone around quickly as possible. Tourism is a big industry. All of the council members have spoke to that. I think issuing permits would take care of that, as well as just the day-to-day, like we said, people in the city that just need to get around. And also it creates jobs. So I would ask that you remember Tennessee Cab and Volunteer Taxi. And once again, thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Representative Love?
Did she say volunteer and 10 Cab?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I want to be brief. Representative Harold Love, served District 58 here in Nashville, East, North, and South Nashville areas. I appeared before you last year asking that you would grant some permits to 10 Cab, and so I've come again because of their excellent service to ask that you might extend the number of their permits, but also if you have some others to offer, that you might be favorable also to Nash Vegas. I'm going to get back up to the Hill and file some legislation that you all get back to your work. Thank you.
I don't believe there are any more elected officials. Are there any more elected officials here? Councilman Garrett could not be here. He wanted me to extend his apologies. His wife had a medical procedure he had to attend to, but you have a letter in your packet.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. We've got a number of applications for certificates of convenience and additional taxi cab permits. I'm going to go in the order in which they appear on our agenda. I would ask that the applicants limit their speaking to 5 minutes per applicant or per company applicant. And I'll call Checker Cab.
Good afternoon. I'm Brandy Dismayne with the Checker Cab Company. This is Courtney Lewis, our marketing director. And if she may please hand you one of these packets, I'm going to show you the reason that we have a necessity for additional permits. If she can approach, thank you. These reports I actually printed just this morning from our system. I picked dates at random just to show the number of average calls that we receive per day versus the amount of cabs that we actually have in service. Checker Cab currently has 112 cabs on the street. 7 of them are ADA vehicles. We have 4 more ADA vehicles that we are allowed to put on, and I have already ordered 2 of them. So we will have a total of 9 within the next 60 days. But if you'll look at the graph, I mean, basically it's self-explanatory. It shows you on like the first one and on that date how many calls we had that day. It'll also show you how many calls that we couldn't fill. It'll show you number of missed calls, number of what we call dead calls, and it also gives you trips by zone, how many trips we get per zone. And I kind of put a brief explanation at the bottom of each page, proving that we're just not up here telling you numbers. We have proof. This comes out of our system, out of the mobile knowledge system. And I'm going to turn it over to Courtney for a minute. She wants to touch on a few things, please. Pick it up.
Hi, I'm Courtney Lewis, the marketing director. Our goal is to become the greatest cab company in the city of Nashville. We are equipped with the modern technology and continue to move forward with plans to improve and advance each year. With the convention and the Omni coming here to Nashville, we realize that there will be people from all over the world coming to visit our city. And with that being said, we would like for them to leave with a great experience in transportation. Some of the reasons why I suggested Checkers Cab. Some of the reasons to use Checker Cab are, we've been in business for 65 years. Our vehicles have the new credit card systems in there so that the customers, they can swipe themselves so they'll feel comfortable. Our cars are a year in advance. They are a year ahead of the transportation standard. We have a local dispatching office, and our vehicles are clean. Okay, I want to touch bases on those underserviced areas like Bellevue, Green Hills, and Madison's. We're trying to be more community-based, and we are partnering up with businesses in those areas to promote our company. We're going to give our drivers incentives, and also we plan to assign more drivers in those areas. Some of our future plans with Checker Cabs are, we're currently working with Fox TV, so in the month of February, we will have 100 commercials showing on Fox TV. I'll be producing them. Also, we're working with the digital section with Fox to promote our new app. And let me tell you something about our new app. Our new app will consist of a GPS tracking system for our customers so that when they make a call to Checker Cab, they can track how far is the taxi, how close is the taxi to them. Okay, they can also make reservations on our GPS app. They can pay in advance, and they can receive their receipt through email. Also, which is the most important thing, the customer will be able to rate our driver because we want to keep track of our customer service. To sum it all up, I just want to let you all know about our social media plans. As of now, we have 20,000 followers on Twitter. We received a report saying that so far since November, we are the top performers in promotion for transportation.
We have updated our website, and it's www.nashvillecheckercab.com. And also, our drivers have updated their receipts and business cards with their social media information on them. As far as the senior citizens, we do offer a 10% discount to senior citizens and a 10% discount to disabled veterans. And I'm a disabled veteran, and Checker Cab, they're really focusing on helping and reaching out to the veterans, and that's why one of the reasons why they hired me. We strive at Checker Cab to have the best reputation in Nashville. We have come to the conclusion that at this time we will better service our customers and the visitors of Nashville if we are able to acquire 50 additional permits. Thank you.
Got listed here as an example on the second page, December 6th, you had a total number of calls of 1,698. Out of those calls, how many resulted in a fare?
This page, and we go to the next one here. I don't have them in my book, I'm sorry. The dead trips, if you'll look at, let me have these others for me, please. Okay, on December the 6th, if you'll go back 1, 2, 4 pages back, where it shows number of dead trips, 22 of them is the number that this chart actually shows how many we received, but once the drivers got there, the people were already gone. And that would be, most of the time because either we didn't have enough cabs available at that time, they were on other runs, we didn't have enough in service. We only have 116 spots or certificates at Checker Cab, but you can see by our numbers, we're getting 1,698 calls a day, 1,400 calls a day, on a slow day, 900 calls a day, and I can print out day by day, in our system. For 116 cars, that's a lot of calls coming in, especially when they're not all in service at the same time.
How many fares is a typical day? What's the number of fares that Checker Cab does?
I would say between 800 and 1,000 on an average day. Even I put New Year's in here, of course, but New Year's Eve, we got almost 3,000 calls that night. So we couldn't, no way, we filled nowhere near that many. You have to turn a lot of people away.
Along those lines, on New Year's Eve, how many calls out of those 3,000 were consumed that actually were dispatch picked up?
Yeah, probably about 1,600 is what the numbers are showing. That's a lot of calls. Nope, I don't think any company can fill every call they get on New Year's. I just picked that. That's our biggest day of the year.
Let me go back to the December 6th scenario. Okay. When somebody calls and you can't come right away, are you giving them an estimated time before you can get there, much
Absolutely.
like a restaurant would do?
Absolutely.
I'm asking you that question because I'm wondering if individuals are shopping and going, well, this company says 30, this company says 15, et cetera, et cetera.
According to which zone, we have our system broke down by zones. Like downtown is zone number 1 for us. We know in the downtown area, when someone calls us, we can tell on our screen right away how many drivers we have in that area. So we can tell them, they should be there in 10 to 12 minutes, 5 minutes if it's on Broadway or, in the main areas. And we get there pretty quick. The major hotels downtown, they call me. The Omni Hotel called me as soon as they got in town. They love us. They want Checker Cab. We signed contracts with them. So.
Will your app do that when people?
Absolutely.
So when people say, I'm at this location.
Yes. In that app, when they put their reservation, when they hit that button on the app, it automatically transmits into our system in the office. Then the dispatchers, all they have to do is attach it to the closest car.
All right, let me go one step further. Will your app take a reservation at that point?
Yes.
And will it be a firm reservation where somebody has to pay for it?
What do you mean?
Well, in other words, is it going to be the same scenario that even though they're asking you to come, if somebody's paid you, they're going to stay and wait for you.
Okay.
If they're not paying you, they're going to go with the next thing that's available.
Absolutely.
So I'm just asking if you will be able to take funds with that app, which will ensure that people will stay and wait for you?
They can choose whether or not they want to pay on the app or pay once the cab picked them up.
Because they can swipe them in the cars. We don't
No, I
ask anybody
understand.
to pay up front.
I understand.
Unless it's out of the city.
I have a question. Okay. I'm sorry, are you through?
Yes.
Okay. How many current cabs do you have out? I'm getting conflicting
I have
numbers.
112 cabs on the street. I still have 4 spots or allotted spots for ADA vehicles. I have 7 ADA vehicles in service now.
Okay, you have 7 and you're bringing on 2.
I have 2 more we've already ordered. You know, it's a little more difficult for me. I don't know about other companies. I know, some of them have already filled all of their ADA spots that you've given. I'm real selective about who I put in as drivers in those vans. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be any more selective than I am for regular vans, but for me, I have family members that are disabled, and I just think it takes a different kind of person to operate that van, somebody with a lot more patience. I don't really try to explain it. I'm real selective about who I allow to drive those vans.
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your being selective, but how long does it take to find someone?
I mean, we have drivers waiting. I have a waiting list now. The other issue with the ADA vans is because they are so much more expensive. A lot of drivers don't have $20,000 to invest in one, which is what basically we pay for them, and then we sell them to drivers at cost. No additional, we show them what we pay for them. They make payments to us for those cabs, because they don't have the money up front to buy them.
Okay, of the 112 cabs that you have out on the street right now, how many of them have GPS right now? All of them?
Absolutely.
What about cameras?
We don't have cameras yet. That's next. We don't have cameras yet.
When are you planning to do that?
We could probably do it within the next 90 days or so, because right now we just purchased the credit card swipe machines. They're in my office now. They'll start going in Monday. And the smartphone apps should start we've been doing a lot of advertising and a lot of new things, but the cameras will come next.
Okay, 90 days?
Yes.
I'd like to go back to the question I was asking about December 6th.
Okay.
I think you said that typically Checker Cab has about 900 fares a day. And out of using December 6th as the example from your charts, looks like you had 22 dead trips and about 40 canceled trips. I'm trying to come up with a percentage of total fares you have versus canceled or lost fares to try to figure out a percentage-wise what that is. And is it fair to say that somewhere slightly under 10% or?
I know just the 40, the canceled trips were trips that we weren't able to fill. And I really couldn't tell you the percentage. Were you able to? I'd have to go back and print that report. I'm sorry, I didn't bring that one.
That's okay.
When you say cameras, are we talking inside cameras, inside? Are you looking at putting any on the outside?
We haven't discussed that yet. There has been some drivers that have come to me and asked, so we will probably make that decision. I actually have a committee at Checker Cab that is made up of cab owners, and we sit down and we make those decisions together. So whatever they request, we usually try to make sure we meet what they want.
What about a safety light where the driver can flip a switch on the
We have an
inside?
emergency button in every cab. And if you hit that emergency button,
What
it
happens?
goes on every computer in my office that car is in trouble. It comes to my office, to my HO dispatch office, the owner's office, her office. It shows on every screen this driver's in trouble.
Is that pretty much universal among all the cabs now?
I don't know about other companies, but I know it's in ours.
And what about a light with that switch where you switch it on and a police officer on the outside would notice something's wrong with the cab?
I don't have that.
Is that available?
That's something I haven't heard of, no, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And watch you guys.
Each one of them individually, or do you?
No. I'd like to recognize Councilman Fabian Bedney. If you could please come forward.
Can I move this? I'm kind of tall. Well, first of all, thank you for your service to Nashville and for doing the city's business. I appreciate it. And thank you for letting me come to speak today. My name is Fabian Bedne. I'm a council member for District 31. And we are way south on the county border. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today. We are so far away from downtown that we are in desperate need to see more taxis, permits being issued so we can get better services in that part of the city. And I wanted to come here today and ask you that in the process of giving us the services we need by issuing more permits, that you also support the local economy by granting permits to driver-owned, locally owned companies like 10Cab, for example. So I'm humbly coming here to make a request that you expand on the number of permits to include more locally driver-owned companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
I'd like to ask the green cab come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Melinda with Green Cab, and if I may, I have a brochure to pass out. I have a few things to say, but I think it would be easier if I read them. Thank you, sirs and madams of the Commission, for allowing me to come before you today. On behalf of Green Cab, we petition you to grant additional permits. We want to be able to continue our goal in bringing more hybrids and converting more vehicles into compressed natural gas. We want to continue to be able to make a difference, not only with our environmental approach, but also to go out into the community and reach those who are less fortunate. We need to obtain additional permits to be able to enlarge our circle of contribution. We promise to help the community and to make a difference, and that's just what we are doing. We have some of the most wonderful and generous drivers who selflessly go out and help those in need. We've even begun to have a circle of drivers who have picked up the elderly at a certain hospital. They call us and they know they don't have the money to pay, but our drivers will pick them up. Our call volume has increased tremendously, and we do not have enough taxis to fulfill the need. We own a garage that provides 24-hour roadside assistance and maintenance for all of our vehicles, and our local office is also our dispatch center. Our cost is enormous. And let's not forget that we spend almost $10,000 per month just on insurance. And now even that cost has risen 25% to meet the new insurance demands. Excuse me. We are the only taxi company in Nashville that owns the whole fleet, carries all the insurance, and maintains the fleet. Our overhead expenses are more than we initially expected. If the insurance is increased and we do not obtain additional permits, we will not be able to afford to keep our doors open. Unless we obtain additional permits, we will not be able to continue in our capacity to meet our needs and the needs of our drivers. With each additional permit, we are creating new green jobs, thus doing our part in helping Nashville become the greenest city in the Southeast. We hope we have made a positive impression and presence in the city, and with your approval of granting additional permits, each of you will take a part and help Green Cab continue our initiative and contribution to a greener Nashville. Thank you. We also have many good reviews too. If you ever check the website, we've got lots of great reviews. The community seems to really like us. Yeah. Cleanfueltaxi.com. and the other websites like Yelp and just different places online that a person can go to create a review.
Thank you. Any questions?
There are 4 ADA permits available to you. How many have you used?
We have not, we missed that. Whenever it was time to apply for that, we were still getting our fleet up and running. So unfortunately, we missed that opportunity, but we would love to have the chance to have those. We would use all 4, absolutely.
There was a deadline?
Originally, each cab company was given an opportunity at a hearing this last year to come in and make a request. At the time, they were still building their fleet and they had issues, and they did not make application at that time. The commission would have to take action to approve that.
Okay.
And it's maybe possible, we could talk about it if it's possible today, if we wanted to do that.
And do you have cameras in the cab?
We don't. Unfortunately, we don't, but we do have a complete GPS dispatch system in each car, and our internal dispatch system at our office tracks every single vehicle. So if somebody was to call us and ask how long does it take to get to Brentwood, we would be able to look at the camera, the computer, the whole entire map of Nashville, and it shows every vehicle, its location. We can click on it, tells us exactly who the car is, what driver it is, how fast they're going. It's very state-of-the-art. And I'm sorry, what was the other? Okay.
Are cameras something you're not considering?
You know, we honestly haven't considered it yet because we're still, it's only been 7 months since we have got our fleet on the road. And it's definitely something that we would like to pursue. We just haven't done it yet, in all honesty. But I would personally like to have it for my drivers because I have seen on the news locally where somebody was robbed and there was a camera to catch it. So we would definitely like to be that company that brings that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Quick cab.
Can you start?
You may.
Honorable Commission and Chairman of the Board, thank you very much for your time today. We want to start by saying thank you for entrusting Quick Cab last year and with 25 permits and making Quick Cab happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Quick Cab is here before you to present our case for why we need more permit. Quick Cab currently has 25 permits. Quick Cab is the smallest company in the industries. Even the second smallest company is 30% larger than a Quick Cab. Quick Cab has strived to achieve and over beyond every customer service goal we set for ourselves when we have requested permits from you in past. We feel that the only new company to meet the realistic goal that they set for was Quick Cab, and along with meeting with all the city requirements and making impact to the community. With 25 cabs, we have perfected taking on entire district of Nashville and successfully servicing them and servicing those underserved area, and our demand is growing. 4 companies set out to make a difference in their own way. Some went to help their own community, and others to help the environment. The goal of Quick Cab was always to provide an excellent customer service to the customer in need of taxi service.
Our drivers stay consistently busy serving our ever-growing areas. Our areas are shown in this map. They cover all ends of Davidson County. At the moment, with 25 fully active taxi cabs, Quick Cab has 8 business zones. Exit 219 Stewart's Ferry Pike, which hosts several businesses, extends all the way to Old Hickory Boulevard. These customers use us to send clients as far as Cookeville and as close as the airport. Pickups can be as early as 3 a.m. in the morning. Elm Hill Pike, Donaldson Pike, our Baymont, Quality Suites, Concentra Medical, and Hilton Garden are a few of our customers that keep us moving throughout the day and night. From airport runs to Opryland, Opry Mill, trips to downtown, LP Field, Broadway, Bridgestone Arena. Gaylord Opryland Hotel is one of the largest hotels in the country. Quick Cab has emerged as a preferred cab company of choice. Skyline area, the second exit north of downtown, consists of Sleep Inn, Econo, Days Inn, and Super 8. These hotels love recommending us to their guests. Large amount of customers from this location visit downtown Nashville every weekend. We also have residential business in and around Walmart. Trinity Lane and Brickchurch Pike, the first exit north of downtown, an area under service for years, consists of over 3,100 hotel rooms, along with the Love's Truck Stop. This area is the heart of our business. We provide not just event day service to these locations, but 24/7 service. We pick up truck drivers from the Magnuson to the Western Express, European tourists from America's Best Value into downtown Nashville, Georgia fans from the Econo Lodge into Vanderbilt stadiums for SEC showdowns. We have also taken people as early as 4 a.m. to downtown for various marathons, early evening CMAs, late night concerts, Sunday morning NFL games, and other events. 90% of our business out of this area goes downtown to spend money and keep Broadway moving. Our downtown consists of the growing area around the Music City Center and Metro Center area where we have won some favor. The High Place Hotel and the Etch Restaurant are few of our businesses that use us regularly around the Music City Center. Millennium Maxwell House Hotel and Metro Center, American Pickers, and Marathon Village are our north downtown customers. Maxwell House Hotel uses us 24/7, and we have built a good relationship with them with our excellent service. White Bridge Road and I-40, where there's 3 hotels on the west side along with the Nashville State Community College, Quick Cab consistently moves students and tourists into downtown Nashville on a regular basis. Our customers go anywhere from John Toon Airport to the Western Express and as far as Nashville Airport and Opry Mills. Green Hills Mall and Burton Hills Business Park. Quick Cab is the preferred and go-to taxi service for the concierge desk at Green Hills Mall because of our timely service. We also take our guests to and from Burton Hills to their desired destination. Although we are the smallest cab company in Nashville, our reputation will soon be known nationwide as we are the exclusive cab company for the TV show A&E Crazy Hearts Nashville, and our cabs have appeared on their show. With this large customer base, we have covered from the far east part of town to the far west part of town with 25 taxi cabs. With tourism growing, our demand is growing every week.
There is a list of 60-plus independent business owners who have signed the petition in your package requesting your Honorable Commissioner to grant us a desired permit so we can serve the underserved areas with our Quick Cab brand of service. However, at this time, we are unable to provide them with the service because of our numbers. We are in business to provide the best service, and we need more taxi permits to do so. With 58-plus hotels we are solely providing excellent service to, the number of our cabs are overworked. And we are giving our precious business with our prestige to other companies which are not providing the service we have set forth. In this equation, we are not even counting our residential and local runs. So we are very short-staffed to handle the business that we have promised to the great city of Nashville. As you will see, we are wanted to the fringe of Davidson County, and we are not able to service many areas which can use our great southern-style cab service due to the shortage of cab permit. We have numbers of drivers from other companies calling us day and night to come join our winning team because everyone is impressed with our new and unique approach to driver and customer relations. Even after granting us our desired permit, we are still going to be in middle of the pack. Nashville is asking you, Honorable Commissioners, to give a Quick Cab a chance to service them because Nashville deserves our kind of service.
It is not the size of the fleet that matters, it's what you do with the fleet that matters. We can always keep telling you how efficient and good we are, or we can let the community we service tell you how good we are. I've added a few letters in your packets from Nashville businesses and local customers. I would like to just state the facts. Quick Cab should get a chance to be competitive in gaining more licenses because we have done in less than a year what it takes other companies to do so in decades. At the current state, we are just breaking even. To provide better service, we should be given the ability to generate more income to stabilize our service, to service the public in underserved areas without a financial burden over our heads. Because we are a customer service driven and our mission is to be able to serve every citizen of Nashville, this year 10% of our fleet will be ADA compliant. We have created a new atmosphere for drivers to work without stress. The most important part of our company is our driver, and everything we do is to equip the driver so he has the best opportunity to serve his most important cargo, which is his customer. We have to make sure our customers are taken care of and treated with the utmost care.
And Quick Cab driver is not only representing Quick Cab, it's representing City of Nashville. In conclusion, Quick Cab wants to raise the bar of customer service in the City of Nashville. Commissioner, today, the way you raise the bar of customer service and hospitality is to reward the company that excels in all these areas. And Quick Cab has proven that. We assure you that every permit you give us today will follow that high standard that we have set for. We are the underdog, and we have proven ourselves to become one of the favorite. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good day.
Question, what's in your cabs? What kind of equipment?
We got GPS, we got the letters, we got pretty much everything everybody else has. A few of our cabs have cameras, and then we're also putting these in there to advertise to local businesses to provide a customer to know what's in and around them.
What events are going on?
How many of your cabs have that?
Right now, we have 25, and we've ordered to 25. We haven't installed them yet, but we're going to install them eventually.
And our GPS does the same thing. You know, we can time track every
You can
of our
see
cars.
what our cab did 4 days ago at 2 o'clock.
And cameras?
Traveling.
And we are planning to put cameras, yes, ma'am.
You are planning to?
Yes.
Well, we've got a few people that already have cameras. We haven't done it company-wide.
And I see that you have no ADA cabs now, but you say your goal is to have 10%?
Yes, by 2014, you know, this year,
Summer this year.
we got the permit, and actually we were given go in September, October. So we tried, you know.
There was no deadline on them, so we put it as a second year of our existence, put the ADAs on.
Do you have GPS in every cab?
Yes, sir,
Yes.
we do. We met all requirements for the city.
You have backseat credit card?
A lot of the drivers have terminals on their phones, and then we've got an internal, you can call the office and get it ran.
Okay.
And you're the one who would pick up the animals, I understand,
We
right?
do it all. I love my dog.
Now, how do we know you're servicing the underserved areas like the
We've
southern?
got letters. We've got
In the packages, yes, and we do.
We've got customers that just praise us because they're like, oh, we called, and then what we did is take testimonies from them and present it to you guys.
You also said that you're the preferred cab for Gaylord Opryland.
There's a
Resort.
letter from Opryland in your packet.
We have all the,
Yeah.
you know, letters in the packages, ma'am.
Whenever there's any kind of special event, they call me, I set them up, you know, we pick them up on the Cascade.
With 25 permits, how you pulling it out?
That's what I'm wondering, with 25
We do it.
cars.
We overwork. We are overworking.
Yeah. We are super efficient. We don't ever promise anything to anybody. If we can't do it, we tell them, look, you know, we just can't get to that region right now. And we've stayed in our own region to make our region more efficient.
So I believe you guys are asking for 65 additional.
Yes.
Would you allocate those to the underserved markets? What are you planning on
Yes.
doing with them?
Oh yeah, we're gonna spread out into the south part of town, which council member was talking about.
Bordeaux, Antioch.
Yeah, Bordeaux,
Green Hills.
Antioch, Madison.
Madison, all the way to Bristol.
Honorable Commission members, David Ewing for lawyer for Quick Cab. You have a letter in your packet from the Country Inn and Suites in Goodlettsville, and they state in there that it's almost impossible to get a cab up there, and when they do, it takes an hour, and people on Long Hollow Pike about an hour and a half. Quick Cab, whose base is out of Trinity Lane, Dickerson Road, Bridge Church Pike, a very underserved area, services that area. They also service DeVette Blaylock's district that you heard about, Scott Davis's district, and you don't see a lot of Quick Cabs outside of our nice kind of hotels because they're on calls. They're picking up people like Berkeley Allen said that they want to pick up the little old lady who's going to her appointment. And one of the things that they've done with a very small number of resources is serve this county, from the largest hotel outside of Las Vegas to the smallest hotel on Dickerson Road. They're both servicing them. There's letters from East Nashville. There's letters from all parts of this county. And so when you look at rewarding somebody, you have given them the smallest number of permits last time, and they have done more with less than anybody else in front of you. They should be rewarded with more permits. And that's why we're asking for 65. Because, and even given 65, they still will probably only be the fifth largest cab company in Nashville. But if you want to service the areas that aren't getting serviced right now, give them the quick cab and watch them do their magic.
Buck Dozier. I was here last year in support of Quick Cab for two reasons. One is I believed in the management, their skills, and their ability. Second, and I asked a question to Devin before I ever agreed to come last year, and that is, do you love Nashville? I didn't care about the rest of it as much as I wanted to know I'm a Nashvilleian by birth, and so I wanted to know, do you love Nashville? And I believe they do, and I think they deserve some consideration in this thing. I'm also an ex-councilman, and also, thank you, today I'm an ex-fire chief, and the reason I'm thankful for that is somebody asked me about the occupancy rate in this room. And I'm not going to answer the questions. Quick Cab is great. I hope you support them. Thank you.
Tell you, one thing I've heard from a lot of your customers is concern about the credit card swipe machines being in the back seat. And I'm not looking for a promise or a commitment, but I'm just going to tell you that has been something that's been of primary concern for many of the people I know that use the cabs because they don't like handing that credit card up to the front or waiting for someone to call it into the office to run it.
With 25 cabs, we feel like with all the GPS upgrades and everything else we've done, we've made sure that everything that the city requested, and if this is a request from the city, I mean, our customers don't have a problem. We hadn't had any credit card issues. However, this is something we'll definitely not make a promise, but we'll do it.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Fields, not for Mr. Fields. What's the absorption rate time frame on permits? If we issue 50, what's the time frame that they have to absorb that into their actual cars on the street?
There's not a standard time. It would be up to the commission to establish a deadline in terms of the number of days you'd have to put them into service.
Okay.
We will have a unique situation if depending on if permits are given and depending on how they're distributed, if there may be some companies in existence that would lose cabs that may go to new companies if you were to approve new companies, but it would still be an issue of we would establish a time, and then if there was a problem, we would come back and ask for an extension. In fact, we had to do that the last time. We asked for a 130-day extension.
In the past, what was that time frame that we gave? I can't recall.
120 days.
120 days.
I'd like to call Magic Taxi. Also, I'd like to remind the applicants to keep your opening remarks to 5 minutes. There are questions that we would like to ask of you, so it's important that we keep a timely schedule here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting us come. My name is Thomas Maynard. I'm an attorney here in Nashville, born and raised. This is a new process for me, so I thank you for your time, for your service. And Mr. Fields, Director Fields, was very generous and very helpful in assisting us with that. I have with me John Hubble, a manager, and Mr. Dede, one of the owners of our company. And this is Magic Taxi. It is a truly owner-operator company. And so a lot of the things that you've heard this afternoon from different companies, existing companies, we have 55 current permitted drivers that know the strengths and the weaknesses of those companies. It's a shuffling of numbers. We're taking drivers from other companies, allowing other people to come in, so this is a boost to the economy. A couple of talking points that I did want to come up with, just from my research and watching some of the past commission meetings, Magic Taxi is planning to put in 6 hybrids each year. So there is a green initiative, a green effort to do that. They also have 2 current ADA accessible, handicap approved vehicles that they are wanting to put in. If they were granted the full permits that they're requesting, 80, that still doesn't get to that 10% initiative that the commission is looking for, but they will add those as those are approved. As far as equipment, I think, Commissioner, you've asked that several times, the Commissioner, Mr. McNally, the Magic Taxi plans on having GPS, they plan on having cameras, they plan on having, and I thought this was very interesting, as an attorney, I like to see it. If I'm going to sign my name to it, I want to go look at it, I want to touch it, I want to feel it, I want to know that I'm signing on to something that's real. There's panic buttons that Mr. Didi has talked about with me. I sat in one of the cabs, and he showed me a panic button that alerts emergency personnel if there's an issue, if there's a problem. That was something I thought was very neat. The credit card machines in the back so that the customer, the passenger, doesn't have to pass that up. These are all the equipment that they've seen worked elsewhere from their current drivers, from the current owners, will be potential owners for Magic Taxi. So we're getting a lot of the strengths from these existing companies, from these existing drivers. So a lot of the things they've seen and experienced, they're bringing to their own company. Why are they starting their own company? They're starting their own company for a more competitive lick per week. It's something that gives them some ownership so that they don't have to go and look for the high rates. They can go for one of the shorter routes. They can service, and their main focus, and that was what I asked, where are you going to go? Where are the areas you want to go? I've looked at the study. We talked about the study. Mr. Didi's been my right-hand man. I know more about taxi cabs and the commission than I ever thought possible. But the areas that they're going to hit are Madison and Inglewood. I grew up going to church across the river in East Nashville. Those areas are areas that are revitalized. There's a lot of East Nashville people that come downtown. We don't need those people out driving. The need is evidenced by the crowd here today. There's a need for taxi cab drivers. There's a need for new companies, and that's what they're asking for. And I will try to shorten my presentation, but a stat I heard this morning in a meeting, the NRA is coming here next year, and they plan on bringing 85,000 people to our city. The need for taxi cabs is great. The average distance for an NRA member to drive to their convention, which right now is in Indianapolis, is 200 miles. So 85,000 people in our city, we have a need. And that's what this company is trying to do. So I'm going to turn it over to our manager and let him answer some questions too.
Hi, Council. My name is John Hubble, and I'm the manager for Magic Taxi. What we're trying to do is create employment also for Nashville. We have over 55 drivers that are ready to go to work. Future 20 that are on the backside waiting. What we'll do is we have a lineup of our colors for our car setup. We will have a random, we'll set everybody up with it. We'll have safety issues are our main concern with our drivers. They'll all be background checked, drug tested, random drug tests. All of our fleet will be regularly maintained. We will also, the appearance and etiquette and how to act with the customer or the client will be our main goal. Services is what we plan to provide the citizens of Nashville. Thank you.
Part of the employment was 2 dispatchers, 2 call takers, a manager there to maintain the call flow. Hearing some of the other cab companies, there's a tremendous amount of flow, calls, canceled calls, failed to get calls. One of the big things that I asked Mr. Didi, I grew up in Nashville. I think I'd be an excellent cab driver, except I love the practice of law. How do you know that your cab drivers, that your operators know the city? And that was a big question for me is, there's lots of different routes. I've caught cabs in Chicago and other places, and I get frustrated. Las Vegas, I see where I want to go. Let's go that way. He said, I want to teach my cab drivers, I want to teach my owners alternate routes. I want to teach them different ways. You can't just get on Old Hickory Boulevard and make a circle around our city. Neither can Briley Parkway unless you know where you're going and how to get around those traffic, how to get around those areas. Mr. Didi's been doing this since 1997, so there's a great wealth of experience and a great wealth of knowledge that he plans to bring to this company. We ask for approval of those permits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Titi. I drive a taxi in 1996 and with a Bill Young. He asked me a simple question on the day I applied for it. He asked me, will you tell me what's divided East Nashville and downtown Nashville? That day I didn't know about it. I told them Broadway divided Nashville. And he told me, no, East Nashville divided Main Street, which is east and north, and Broadway divided Avenue, which is south and north. Since that day, I realized that I have to learn for taxi when you're driving in the city. Otherwise, you will have a problem with the customers. You become from the airport, they don't know nothing about it. They used to actually, nowadays I see managers or I see the owners, they didn't even ask them or test them who they hired, which is difficult for the customers, not for the drivers. The drivers just earn more money. Being this Magic Taxi is going to create more jobs. Will be 3 shifts. Each shift is going to be one call taker, and it's going to be one dispatcher. And also we will have a manager, and also we will have a lawyer. It's going to stay as long as we are running a Magic Taxi. Magic Taxi is going to also hire gas. Those people is going to become is going to burn more gases, so it's going to create jobs, and also it's going to create for the shops because the cars need to maintain, and also we will have a wheelchair in a fleet, and also we will have it each time. As long as we are having money, we will create to move for the economic cars like hybrid cars, but so far we don't have none. Magic will have a professional drivers. The youngest one is Mr. Ahmad. He's over there. He was driving last 3 years, and I'm going to be the oldest one, almost 18 years. By the way, thank you very much. We will hope we're going to approve us.
Nash Vegas.
Excuse me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Dan Haskell of the Nashville Bar. I have some additional handouts for you. There is a supplement to our application, which I would hope you would pass these down. In addition, I have a petition signed by over 1,000 Nashvillians supporting the grant of our application. Nash Vegas would be the largest of the driver-operated companies in Nashville. It is comprised at present of 133 drivers, each with their own cars, and a total of over 600 years of taxi cab driving experience. I'm going to turn this over to Mahari Woldakatan, our CEO now, to talk a little bit about the technology of what we propose to do, and we answer all the questions about need. Clearly there is need. We will be big enough to service the entire county. I live in a place called Union Hill that most of you don't even know where it is. There are a few exceptions. Most of you couldn't get a cab to my house on a dare today. These guys will come to the very edges of the county and have a plan and a way to provide that those cabs are present in those places 24 hours a day. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Haskell. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity that's given to us. And I would like also to thank the director of the Transportation Office for the hospitality and the staff as well. My name is Mahari Woldakatan. I'm the president of the Nash Vegas Cab Corporation. Why Nash Vegas? It's our city name. I believe it's the nickname of Nashville. You know, we have a mixture, a flavor of Vegas and a flavor of Nashville. So we picked the right name for our city. And who we are, Nash Vegas Cab Corporation, we have 133 driver, owner-operators, and shareholders, which you can see in the back, all of them wearing T-shirts, the same kind I'm wearing, identifying themselves with our logo. 99 of us out of the 133 are U.S. citizens, and 34 currently legal residents. And I would like to mention just today, 3 of our guys have become naturalized American citizens, and they stand here with us. Mesfin, Jonathan, just today, they just swear the oath of the citizenship, and we are happy about that. We are residents of Nashville ranging from 2 to 20 years with families. I myself have lived here since 1994. We come from different educational and work experience. We have college graduates. We have people with law degree. We have students in management, judges, ministers, accountants, electrical engineers, people that have worked with UN, and, different national non-governmental organizations, IT professionals amongst us. We are the only company that we believe we have 3 active women driver shareholders, which you can see 2 of them right here today. And we have also an active National Guard serving our country. We are all licensed drivers currently working for the existing companies in Nashville. We pay for our own insurance. We maintain our own vehicles. We pay for our business license and property taxes for the city of Nashville. We have a combined driver experience of 600 years alone. And just 133 of us, when we put together, it's 606 to be exact. What companies do we come from today? Because we work for the existing taxi companies. 85 of us come from Taxi USA, 21 from Music City, 13 from United Cab, 6 from Checker, 4 from Yellow, and 4 from Quick Cab. What do we bring to the city? We bring a state-of-the-art, a GPS-based software system with tracking in it, and it would also have a backseat driver credit card system where the customers could swipe their cards on their own for their own convenience. We will be the first also to bring a smartphone app to Nashville. Same thing, similar to Uber and Lyft is providing for our city. This application will be available for anyone that's technology savvy. They don't want to call the dispatch system, which we will still have dispatchers in the office, but that will be an additional product that we will be deploying. And also, we are proud to say this, that we will also be the first one to be deploying a tablet-based kiosk system. This kiosk system will be, if you don't mind, if you can look on your handout, there is some samples that I have given you. This will be centered in senior citizen homes, community-based areas, hotels, businesses, areas that we think need services that we'll be glad to provide with our own tablet at our own cost for their own convenience. We have also a website that's been launched already. Once we are permitted, we'll be doing all the work that is required, and the website address is nashvegascab.com. We will have an in-car camera system which will record the front view and also the inside activity of the vehicle for our customer safety and the driver safety as well. We will have well-maintained, newer, clean, and fuel-efficient vehicles. That is for our customers' comfort and with safe driving. We will be servicing the underserved, again, the underserved outlying areas of Nashville. A lot of our companies say we will go out there and service, but we have enough manpower to go out there and service if we are granted the necessary permits to do so. Again, I emphasize we have over 600 driving experience. How are we different from some of the existing companies? We will have an in-house training, which nobody really does at this stage. We get hospitality training. The hospitality training is a good one, but we don't think that's enough. because there are so many things the driver should know on the road. Because of our experiences, we need to teach customer service, customer safety, handling the disabled, senior citizens, maintaining clean cars, safety, professionalism, integrity, courtesy, dress codes, personal hygiene of the drivers, lost and found policy. Now, a lot of customers lose their properties, and we would make sure those things go back to the rightful owner of the customers. And we'll be training on the city ordinance, existing and new drivers, and handling problems and emergencies. How do we handle emergencies? How do we handle problems? And we are glad also to conduct random drug screening to ensure drivers are clean from any illegal substances. And again, we will be also the first to say this, that we will be providing a CPR training to our drivers in case emergencies happen, they can handle if properly trained. And the company will invest in future technologies and fleet to improve services and safety. Also, we will be providing honest services to our customers. We will have a customer complaint process that's fair and transparent. We will have great care and services for the seniors. We will become ADA compliant, providing for the people that are in need, providing accessible vans for transportation. We will pay more taxes if we generate more income to our city. What do we benefit by doing this? We will spend more late payments than what we are doing today to existing companies. We'll be able to pay our own benefits, such as health insurance and life insurance, which we currently don't have. We could get discounts for gas, car repair, etc. And with our rapidly growing city, we would be ready to meet the demands of the transportation need for our residents, the visitors, tourists, and business travelers, and we would like to contribute our share in every way. And we will also like to have a representation, really, about anything that matters the drivers. We can have a say. And happy drivers is equal to really, brings happy customers. And why 150 permits? As you can see, we have zones here that's already divided. We would be servicing the outlying areas of Nashville. We'll be going out there. We've identified 31 zones based on proximity, based on our experience. We would like to provide services between 10 to 15 minutes to our customers. If we are close to them, we can reach to them. And we can track the drivers from our offices. And also, we will be managing all this that we are presenting today with our professional staff. We will have office managers, we'll have dispatcher, we have call takers, we'll have marketing, and at the same time, accounting staff to do our jobs, thereby creating jobs in our community. Again, we will remind you, we have 130 vehicles that are ready today that we can deploy in a short period of time if we are granted the permit. And I thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, in summary, we would appreciate your granting us 150 new permits to put this new company in business, in recognition that there are 133 Nashville residents here who want to own their own business and want to be in business in Nashville. There are people who have invested their lives in this town. They've come here for a wide variety of reasons, and we hope that they will be the best citizens that we can have. I don't think there's much question. I was prepared to argue about the question of need here. Everybody who's spoken to you has agreed that there is a vast need for additional cab services in this town. Music City Center, the council obviously agrees with that. We have vast outlying areas of the county that are widely underserved at present. I've done a little bit of work on the number of cabs per capita in various other licensing systems around the country. It looks like to me the total request here is 1,500 and some cabs. That would put us in the lower edge of the number of cabs per capita in other systems around the country. We have been completely off the map at present. The current system services my clients. I'm general counsel of the State Hospitality Association. We've done a good job with the airport, with Opryland. We've done a good job with the downtown hotels and Broadway. But you get off of that, and we're not doing a very good job. These guys are dedicated to the notion that they can pick up those little old ladies and take them to the doctor, that they can be available to those kinds of regular customers who need that kind of service at Jolton and Bellevue and Antioch. And we appreciate your consideration of our application. Thank you.
What's the data you looked at that suggests that if we're on the low side?
Well, one only really need utilize that vast search engine called Google and discover. You can search through the subject of cab per capita and look at a wide variety of other cities who have historically had the kind of system that we started with, and to get to where we are today, which is the idea that you need to limit the number of cabs for the protection of the cab drivers in a sense. And now we're at a point where we have a need that is not being met because of our growth. We've opened an 800-room hotel in the last few months. We've opened another 200-room hotel. There'll be at least 2 more of those within a couple of blocks of that site in the next 2 years. The growth is incredible in this place, and we're also not recognizing something else that has changed. People talk about East Nashville. There's a tremendous number of young people in this town who don't want a car. They want to use a cab. They want to be able to take a cab from East Nashville to downtown and home when they're done. And today, that's a problem. And I understand the economics of why it's a problem, but that's something that we've got to meet. That's a social need. Did I answer your question, or did I obfuscate properly?
Well, you've given me anecdotal evidence of a need, but I'm going back to the report from 2012 that was conducted by Metro on the Nashville taxi cab final report. And we were at 800 cabs. We were right in line with Austin, Charlotte, Raleigh, all of the cities comparable in population. So that's why I asked, what was your data? What city did you actually look at?
I looked at a wide variety of cities like Atlanta and New York, Washington, and Chicago, where a taxi usage habit exists. 10 years ago in Nashville, we didn't think of taking a taxi to go from downtown to Opry Mills to shop. Today, people are here and they're thinking about that every day. And we need to make sure that they have that opportunity, that they can take a cab to a site in Bellevue to shop and get back, that they can get a cab there, that they can use their app, they can call Uber, they can call Lyft. There are a wide variety of ways to meet this need, but it's a need that needs to be met.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Pink cab.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Marty Cooperman. I'm an attorney here in town, practiced law here for 32 years. I'm representing Pink Taxi LLC. We're here today asking for a public convenience and necessity for a new company. This will be locally owned, locally operated. We'll have a local dispatch system. The chief operating officer will be Jim Burrow. Jim has been involved in the taxi industry for over 30 years. He's helped other people create their businesses. Jim has a knowledge of the taxi industry that, frankly, there aren't many people that have anymore. They're either retired or they've passed away. Jim's held every position there is with the taxi company, from a driver, operations manager, dispatcher. He's built other companies from the ground up. Now he's asking you members to give him the opportunity to build his own company. Frankly, the cab industry here hasn't kept up with the latest technology. I'm sure you all have heard about the Uber, the Lyft, the Halo coming in, seeking their methods to encroach upon the cab business. That's a concern because they're not regulated. We plan to meet the needs of local citizens, the needs that are not currently being met. You've heard other people say that. But Jim has worked as a dispatcher. He knows how to make this work. We plan to serve North Nashville. We plan to serve East Nashville. We plan to serve the outlying communities. He's been involved with the handicap transportation. It's ironic I'm doing this here for him today because when I first began to practice law, my first office was on the same floor as the original owners of Checker Cab. My dad was a dialysis patient, and there were times as a young lawyer I couldn't help with transportation, and the owners were nice enough to assure me that they would make sure my dad got to those dialysis appointments that were necessary for his life. We've talked about that. I think that the elderly citizens, those are all people that need to be served. I do some criminal law, and I know that Mr. McAnally does, and the DUI laws have changed dramatically over the years. They've reached the point where citizens wisely realize they shouldn't operate a vehicle under the influence. But like New Year's Eve or other just weekend nights, people that live close into the city. My office is in East Nashville. My home is on West End, a few miles from downtown. Cab companies don't like taking those short trips because there aren't large fees in it. But we're going to be very careful. We're going to require all our drivers to work with our dispatch system to ensure that they get prompt service. We're going to provide the latest in technology. Mr. Burrow is working, and we will be ready to have up and running within a 2-week period a very advanced state-of-the-art dispatch system. We will provide driver training. The drivers will be able to purchase shares of our company, which will allow it to be owner-operated. Jim Burrow is going to be there 6 days a week, managing, overseeing, and making sure that things are properly done. Now, Jim can tell you more about the training, technology, GPS, and appearance that we have planned for the drivers for Pink Taxi.
Thank you for allowing me to come here today. We will expand a little bit on the technology. We will put in state-of-the-art technology. We believe we have a system that will save the drivers money on gas by giving them better information, quicker information to get them where they need to go. But more importantly, I really want to talk about customer service, because that's what taxi business is all about. It's customer service. You've got to get out there, go to the neighborhoods, let them know you're in business, and you'll take care of them, and they feel comfortable that you'll take care of their family. If you take care of the little lady going to the beauty shop, and you take care of the family going to the grocery store, everything else usually works out pretty well. And that's been my philosophy in the past. And I was with Taxi USA, which many of you seen me up here many times with them, with the operations manager. I also worked in Charlotte, ran a company there in North Carolina, in Raleigh. Now I'm back home asking you to let me have my own company. It will be a driver-owned company. I am a driver. I happen to find the permit from 1986. Look almost the same, right? I've been in the business a long time, and I want to stay in the business. I'm 66. I hope to draw my last breath working in this industry. I like it that much. I enjoy it. We will do driver training. We will have classroom training beyond the hospitality. It's important that the driver knows his job well before he goes on that endeavor to be a taxi driver. ADA, I'm very familiar with ADA. I had a medical transportation business at one time. Very familiar with the wheelchair and ADA situation. I worked with MTA a lot, and they were kind enough to hand me a little award one time for working doing their ADA work over there. I was with Taxi USA. They provided me with a job and the opportunity that I got to work with MTA, which I'm appreciative of it. And I might mention I have 30 years experience. I won't need to be trained on operating a company. I learn every day of my life something new, but I will hit the ground running. I'll be up and running, and as soon as the paint dries and the car's inspected, we'll be on the road. We chose Pink Taxi for a reason. My wife had a friend who passed away in 1976 of cancer, and we thought it would be appropriate to honor her in that way and use Pink Taxi, and hopefully we'll make a little money and donate a little bit to the Cancer Society. More importantly, I want the drivers, each driver will have a share in the company. When he puts his car on the street, he will become an owner. He'll have a share in the company. And then hopefully the fees will be $100, $150 a week. He can take the extra $100 they're paying other companies now, put it on 401k, and have a little retirement down the road. That's my goal, to see the drivers have a better quality of life, to extend customer service to the community, and just do a great job for the city of Nashville, an industry that I really love and I really like to work in. And I think I probably used more than the allotted time, so thank you.
And we're asking y'all for 60 permits today. I neglected to say that, and we do intend to begin with 3 handicapped vehicles and plan to grow that each year.
I might add, I'm going to put 25% of the handicapped vehicles on the road over a 5-year period, 3 per year, if I'm granted 60. And I can envision down the road having 200 vehicles on the road and having a fleet of 50 ADA vehicles on the road, which the city's going to need. There's more need for it every year as our baby boomers get older and older. So I'm not used to public speaking, so I may have left out something, but I hope I've got the point across that I really want to do a good job for the city, and I want to do a good job for the drivers.
Questions?
The taxis will have GPS
Yes, sir.
cameras,
Yes, sir.
rear seat credit card.
Yes, sir.
What about a panic button?
We will put a panic button. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. There's different types of panic buttons, but there will be one in. There's some of them use the tail lights as a flicker on and off system and different things. But I'm familiar. Yes, there will be.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the time.
Taxi USA.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I'm Giff Thornton. Glad to be back with you again this year today. With me is Mike Solomon, you know, is the president of Taxi USA. I feel a little bit like the Groundhog Day movie, a lot of deja vu going on today. The arguments that you have heard today, beginning with the council members, are arguments that we've made over the years. When Council Member Stein talks about serving the outlying areas, that's where Taxi USA is. You don't see Allied Cab on the hotel stands downtown or even that much at the airport. Our business is contract business, principally out of the downtown area and out of the airport to downtown area. Council Lady Blaylock talked about MTA and their struggles to serve the needs given their budget restrictions. We have the contract with MTA to serve the excess demand that they can't serve. So when she talks about MTA not being able to serve her constituents, we're the company that would do that if we had the permits to do it. We've got, you heard Council Lady Berkeley Allen talk about District 18, Belmont Vanderbilt. We've got the contract with Vanderbilt where their students can go where they need to go without driving their own vehicles or putting themselves at risk. We've got the VA, Nashvillians who need to go to the hospital for checkups or for care or for treatment are Taxi USA customers. And our existing demand exceeds our ability to serve our existing contracts and customers. And I commend to you the ordinance and the applications that are before you. You've heard a lot today about need, and I don't think anybody argues that there isn't a need for more permits, but Taxi USA in its application has specifically demonstrated need based on our inability to serve existing call volume. We took a 3-month period from 2013, August to October, where in 2012 our call traffic was about 8,700 calls a week. The same period, 2013, it was up to 14,250 calls, 63% demand increase year over year. We were the pioneers in the market that drove that increase. When one of the previous applicants talks about 10 years ago, nobody rode in a cab in Nashville, that's true. We weren't here 10 years ago. We're the ones who brought GPS technology. You've had applicants in previous public hearings scoff at GPS technology and whether that was a fad or something that would come and go. We're the ones who brought it, and now you see it everywhere. We have rear seat credit card swipe in all of our vehicles. We have rear cameras in all of our vehicles. We have panic buttons in all of our vehicles. We advertise with the 333-3333 number to the point where our demand is such now that we can't meet it and we stopped advertising. We're, in a sense, we're victims of our own success in terms of building the business. A word about ADA. Many of you have asked questions. The Commission has authorized up to 47 permits in terms of your previous actions to be on the street up until now. 23 of those permits have gone to Taxi USA. We have 23 vehicles on the street. We apply for a permit, you grant us permission, we honor that grant by putting a car on the street immediately. Previous applicant was right. It's drivers of those sorts of customers may require different skills. We found them, we put them in cars, and they're on the street today. When we tell you we'll do something, our record suggests that we'll follow our word. That goes to experience, which is one of the 4 criteria the ordinance calls for you to consider. You've heard a lot today about driving experience. You've heard a lot today about dreams and hopes and aspirations and ideas for new business plans. We have a record of performance, a record of existing need that really demands a response from the Commission. In 2013, you were confronted with a variety of issues a year ago about this time. We had the impending opening of the Music City Center. You had Nashville exploding as a tourist destination and business travel, and a shortage of cabs, and the acute need for the downtown area, for the airport to downtown corridor. You also were confronted with demands and desires by drivers to own their own companies. And so, thirdly, you were confronted with us telling you that we didn't have enough permits in the outlying areas of the county, outside of the downtown airport areas. You put more permits on the street, 160 permits, principally to deal with the downtown and tourist traffic. Check. That would make total sense. You authorized 2 new companies in a relatively small market, 2 new companies to open that are driver-owned. So you've addressed that need. You could address more, but you acted decisively last year to do that. We're back this year saying it's time for cabs in the outlying areas. We ask you to honor our application. And the last thing I would say is, again, to commend the ordinance to you, commend the applications to you, and whose application tracks specifically the requirements of the ordinance, a specific demonstration of need. And the 4 character qualities: character, experience, financial condition. We have $1 million insurance on all of our cars, and responsibility. And I just think that our record speaks for itself that Taxi USA is the carrier that ought to get the first award of permits this year. Mike, do you want to add anything to that, or he can take questions if you have anything technical?
I don't know, it's not often you can catch me without anything to say, but I think Giff said everything. You didn't leave me anything. But I will tell you that, we came before you last year and the year before, asking for additional permits, basically arguing the same thing, but the numbers are just bigger. So when you issued permits in January, 160 of them, it was in the proposal, I didn't make a handout for you, but we added 160 permits, which gave us a total of 755 permits in the market. It didn't affect our call counts at all. We were still 26% short on being able to fulfill the needs of the consumer. And month over month, through the period of time until June, when we added 76 wheelchair permits, we were still in excess of 30% short. So you issued us the wheelchair permits, and we ran right out and bought new wheelchair vans, $51,000 a piece, put them on the road, because we needed vehicles that could meet the call counts, not just wheelchair passengers, but any call count that came in. We needed more inventory on the street to meet the needs of the calling public. The public is calling, they're begging for a cab. We can't deliver. We can get you a cab in an hour and a half. We can get you a cab in 2 hours. We can get you a cab in 3 hours. That's not good service. We can't deliver, and they don't want to wait. So the reports that I submitted to you give all of the call detail, missed calls, canceled calls. There's all kinds of detail backing up everything we've given you. And we're still left in the same place where we have all these calls that we can't answer. So we don't have a sexy marketing staff out there marketing our brand because I can't afford to take any more calls. We're the proverbial dog that caught the car. These permits we add back gives each driver in our fleet 5 more calls a day to pick up. 5 more places for calls to go, which will meet the need of the current call count. That isn't us taking one call from another company, stealing business from somebody else. We're not trying to take their business away. We're trying to manage the business that's come to us. When we came here in 2006, we were digitally dispatched. We've been digitally dispatched, like your Ubers and Lyfts, since the day we came to town. We've had a mobile app that you can book a car, put your credit card in it. You can do all of those things, and we've had that since we've been here. 2 different versions of it now. Now it's called Taxi Magic. So we can book when all different kinds of modalities available to the consumer: text to call, phone call, email, book online, or a mobile app. And that mobile app tells you how long it's going to take for the cab to get to you. It tells you the cab number. We have all the technology, the resources, and the ability to do anything that we need to do based on what you want us to do. And we met every single expectation of this commission every single time it went out in advance of it coming out. Some of the expectations of the RPM report, we did all that stuff right away. We bought cameras, backseat credit card swipes. We've done everything that we could do to try and make the commission happy, make the public and the driver safer. But we've not been able to get the one thing we do need, and that's additional permits to meet the needs of the calling public. We demonstrated in our application the most expensive part of a taxi business is a taxi company that takes calls, because you have to have dispatch, you have to have call takers, you have to dispatch, you have to do all those things. For the majority of cab companies that sit on taxi stands, it's less expensive to operate that. But we're prepared to do what it takes to be able to deliver the service to the callers that call us and meet the needs of the outlying areas, which is now the underserved areas. It used to be the poor areas were underserved. Now it's all of greater Nashville is underserved. Downtown's not, the airport's not, Opryland might not be, but greater Nashville, as you reach the borders of Davidson County, they're underserved, and they need the vehicles that we will be able to deploy if you issue us these permits. And I thank you very much again.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How do we encourage cab service in the underserved areas?
We have to encourage it. We have to convince our drivers that there's real revenue to be made.
That's, yeah.
Part of the challenge you have is, I was in Nashville downtown a couple weeks ago and rode around a bunch of cabs asking them all the same questions. Why are you sitting here on Broadway waiting for somebody to come out and taking this trip 5 blocks up the road when you can go to Belle Meade and pick up a passenger and bring them downtown? Well, because I go all the way to Belle Meade, and that person called 4 cab companies hoping one would show up, and I get there and the guy's not there. It's a no-show. And I can do these $10 trips all day long and make my money. Well, that's a problem. I mean, we've created the problem. Part of the problem is we knew there was a problem 3 years ago, and we tried to address it to get the permits necessary so we didn't have that growth problem. As we expanded out from the downtown area and got broader and broader, I mean, our cars are in those areas with MTA every day. We do 300 to 400 trips a day for MTA. So our cars are out there. So that advertising that we're trying not to do, it happens because the car's out there and our phone number's on it. So they're calling for a cab, but we can't get there. There's not enough of us. Even with the number of cabs that we have, there's not enough of us. It could be because of our contracts. It could be because of the demand in our service. It could be there's just not enough cars. And that's why we're asking for those permits.
Is that on average 300 to 400 trips?
A day, 5 to 6 days a week, yes, sir. We do roughly 10,000 people a month. We do 35,000 wheelchair trips a year. Yes, sir.
My question would go back to one I asked earlier. Is there a way, I know that you have chosen not to do a lot of advertising currently, but is there a way to educate the consumer about the app so that maybe when consumers start using those apps for taxis or other companies, when they're paying for the cab, they'll be there?
Absolutely, you're 100% right. That's why the Uber model works so well.
Because they have to pay
because they're tied to it, and they have to pay a no-show fee if they don't show up.
Right.
Our Taxi Magic Plus product, which we haven't deployed in this market because we don't have enough cars, does exactly the same thing. It takes that one step further. They put their credit card in, they pay a no-show fee, the driver's guaranteed to get something out of the deal. The passenger traditionally doesn't leave that spot. His credit card or her credit card's on the money. They know they're going to get charged if they don't leave. It works the same way in bars, where these guys pull up in front of a bar that somebody called a cab, and somebody else jumps in the car. They got to get the right car, and they got to get the right passenger. It makes it work easier.
But it's going to be incumbent upon yourselves and other taxi companies to ensure that the public understands that the apps are available and that...
Absolutely, and that's all marketing. And it's all on the social media side, of which we haven't embarked on at all here because we have never been able to get to a place where we were ahead of the call count. Where no one wants to be in a position where we got to look for business. But I'm ready for that place right now because we are so far behind that. We have to be able to deliver. Our drivers have the opportunity to make a lot of money. And it's interesting, they make good money. They make very good money. So it's hard to understand why they're not out wanting more and more of that business, and more drivers may change that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
10 cab.
May it please the Commission, I'm Jerry Lee. I'm a member of the Nashville Bar. I'm here before you again today, speaking on behalf of 10 cab. Looking back on how far we've come in a year, first thing I need to do is express appreciation to those Metro Council members who wrote letters in support of our application. Second thing I need to do is especially thank those Metro Council members and state representative who came here today and actually spoke on behalf of 10 cab. And thirdly, we need to thank the Commission because we came to you roughly a year ago and asked you to trust us. We were a group of drivers who had little or no experience running their own company, but because we were drivers, we felt like we had a better mousetrap. We knew how to provide better service, and that's to provide service with happier drivers. Drivers who are treated as human beings instead of wage slaves. Drivers who have a chance to share in the success of the company at the end of the day, and therefore drivers who are happier and provide better service. And I'm here today to tell you we've succeeded spectacularly with that effort. We currently have a list of 70 people who are driving for other companies who have told us if they could get on a permit at 10 cab, they would leave who they are with and come to work for us. That's the model of the future. That's what produces more satisfied customers. Now, we feel like we've honored the trust that you showed in us. We've got the ability to credit card payment through all of our cabs. We've got computerized dispatch in all of our units. We've got one of the tablets here to show you what's actually in each unit. We've got cameras in the majority of our units, and we'll have them in all the units shortly. The cameras have a panic button on them. This is one of the cameras. And as far as the ADA permits are concerned, you wanted everyone to expand their fleet by 10%. We did that. We have one of those units already in service. We'll have the others in service by the 1st of March. But we want to do more. We're no longer an inexperienced startup company. We've gotten through the learning curve, but we need your help to do more. We've got better ways to serve the public, but we need more permits in order to do it. More permits will be better for you, it'll be better for us, and it'll be better for the public. It'll be better for you because it'll improve our service. We're a relatively small company. We've only got 35 units in the fleet. That's a rather shallow pool of available vehicles if you get a call from somebody saying, I need you to come pick me up in 10 or 15 minutes. If we had more vehicles, we'd be able to improve our response time. We don't turn anyone down, but there are times when we have to be truthful with people. We don't take the short-term approach and promise something we cannot deliver. We take a long-term approach. We're concerned about our reputation, so we don't tell people we'll be there in 5 minutes if we can't. As a result of that, we lose calls, and you get complaints. It's not just us, but clearly from everyone in here that has mentioned this, the outlying areas of the community are not well served, and they've complained about that. If we had more permits, we would be able to give those people a faster response time, and you would receive fewer complaints. It would be better for us if you granted us more permits because we can take advantage of economies of scale. Anybody who's ever run a business knows that you've got certain fixed costs. If you're in a taxi business, you got to have a dispatcher, you got to have telephones, you got to have an office, and you bear those costs every month, whether you've got one taxi or 100 taxis. The more taxis we have, the more equitably we can spread those costs, and the more efficient we will be able to operate. And the economies of scale will be better for us in more direct ways as well. For example, the cameras everybody's talking about. We were told point blank by the vendor of the cameras that if we had a bigger fleet, it would cost us less per camera. If we had a bigger fleet, we could have negotiated a better price, and we could have reduced our price per vehicle. That would have made us more efficient and would help keep the fares down, which of course translates into better service as far as the public is concerned. It'd be better for the public as well if you grant us more permits because more happy drivers will be on the streets. Our business model has been proven. We've got those 70 people that are dying to come to work for us. If there are more taxis on the street, there'll be better response time for everybody. The public will receive better service. We'll operate more efficiently. It's a win-win-win situation for all concerned, and we ask you to grant the permits we requested in our application. I'm here to answer questions. We've got management people here. We've got operational people here. If you have any questions I can't answer, they will be happy to answer your questions. I take that as a good sign. Thank you very much.
United Cab.
Honorable Chairman, sir, Honorable Commissioners, thank you for giving me the time to come and speak in front of you. Well, people have come here, given great presentations, given a lot of data, given everything that's good. Well, United, if it's not one of the best, it is no less than the best. All that they have said applies to me equally, or maybe more. In fact, many of the new company owners have been trained by me. I have not taught them everything, but I have taught them a lot. So this cab industry owes United Cab a debt. The reason for my applying is that, firstly, in the last 10 years, 9 years and plus, United has not been issued any permits. Companies smaller than us are twice our size because they kept applying each year and got 10, 15, 10, 15. Why I need more permits is I need to bid for the MTA so that I can fill up my handicapped vans. I need to bid for the Vanderbilt so that my drivers can also have a part of that little pie. I need to be able to compete with these bigger companies who are in no way better than me. So for that, I have requested 60 additional permits. Now I've heard a lot of people coming in and giving you all the data. Mr. Billy Fields is there. Mine is the only company which has got a workable, perfect digital dispatch GPS system which is on his desk. We can even take a picture of a cab anywhere at any time if it's not dark. Our cabs have every minute record of what they do, including if the car is start, if it is loaded, it's unloaded, and we provide the safety margin which the city needs. To keep us competitive, sir, and ma'am, I don't have much to say because everyone has said everything. I just request you humbly to consider my request and grant me the permits. I can also speak a lot, I can waste all your time, but if I'm not the best, I'm no less than the best. Thank you, sir. Any questions? I might be able to answer your questions more than anybody else because I'm the oldest guy in this cab industry except for Mr. Johnny White. I've seen this cab industry grow from 197 cabs, which were the most expensive cab was $1,000, to what it is today. So any question, I will be able to answer.
My list may be wrong here, but do you have any ADA cabs?
We've been issued ADA cab permits, but what happened is in the last few months, we have put in a very expensive dispatch system. Now I want to bid for the, where the ADA business is, mostly in the MTA. Very limited from somewhere else. The MTA has most of the business. So that is with the bigger company, and we have not been able to bid because we need a bigger fleet. We are trying to develop that. Secondly, if I put in a $30,000 ADA van and it's standing, a poor company like mine won't be able to afford it. So I have discussed with certain things that how can I convert existing vans into ADA accessible vans without putting in all that thing and still being able to let the driver make some money as a cab driver and become an ADA van when it's needed. So
the response to his question was that they're not planning?
Within this year, I think once I get moving, we will be able to fill. Sir, I brought in every innovation. All this app dispatch, I brought it 2 years ago. If you remember in the last meeting, I said I'm going to bring in the app dispatch. So every technology, they said GPS system, I brought it in. Nobody.
The question is about ADA.
Pardon?
The question was about ADA.
ADA, ma'am, we'll fill it up. I'm trying to develop a cheaper model of a van so that it's affordable. And within this coming year, I'll fill them up.
So this coming year, you're planning on purchasing some ADA, or are you waiting? for them
We are going
come
to
up with a
fill them
cheaper
up.
model?
We are going to design a cab, a regular cab, which will be ADA accessible and a cab. So the driver can make his money also and yet be ADA accessible.
And how many cabs are you planning to bring into your fleet?
The amount you sanction, you're the boss. The number you sanction, ma'am?
No, the number of ADA cabs.
Yeah, the number you sanction, we'll try and get them all
I
in.
believe we've talked about 10% all along.
Yeah, we'll try and do that.
So you're
I've got
planning,
7 at the moment.
you're
I've got
planning to bring on 7?
No, I've got 70 cabs. I have 7 at the moment. But if I'm granted additional permits, then the 10% thing, I'll try and bring in all of them. I can do it. Mine being a smaller company, the affordability on certain things is not there to compete. And if I am given, at least brought up to the next level of the company which was smaller than me and is twice my size, I think I'll give everyone a run for their money. All these motels, and they're all known to me. We've been dealing with them for years. All these businesses, business houses giving letters and all. The real business is what we do. Service the customer. I have started off in East Nashville. Nobody used to pick up there. When one of my cabs went on 2nd Street or 3rd Street, we used to get 10 calls. They used to say, "Hey, United is here." Because that was the only way they felt that somebody is going to come. If one cab has come, others will come. So I was there for many, many years. East Nashville alone can feed at least 15, 20 drivers a day. They don't have to go anywhere.
Did he say he was going to bring on 10%?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You're going to do 10%?
Whatever is issued to me, we'll do 10%.
So
We have 10% at the moment.
So right now, 10% of your cabs are ADA compliant?
No, none of them are. He's saying that
We got access to 10%, but we have not yet put them on. We will put them on in this coming year.
they have 0 right now.
You have cameras?
Not yet, sir, but the system of ours, it has 2 things. One is the cameras, and one is when you open the door and shut, that will also come in there.
And the credit card, is that rear seat or is it past the credit card?
It's a different thing, sir. It's like a box. They slide it on the
But
car.
you have to pass it up?
Yes.
And do you have any type of panic system?
Oh, yes. We got the best panic system. So our cabs are always under control. The moment they press a button, it comes on a system.
I can't hear you.
I said our cabs are always monitored, and the moment they press a button, our system links.
Okay.
And we know the exact location of the cab, and it doesn't take long for the cops to go there. It's on his desk. He's checked the system out. It is the only practical system in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Volunteer taxi?
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Pieper, and I'm here on behalf of Volunteer Taxi. I'm an attorney here in Nashville, and one of the advantages of going later is I can skip stuff, and there's been a lot said about Nashville's need, so I'm gonna jump straight to the particular application of Volunteer Taxi. Volunteer Taxi has requested 50 new permits. And this is not a hypothetical 50 that they believe that they can fill. If you recall the history, I think there are a few things that make Volunteer Taxi's application stand out a bit from the others. And the first is Originally, Volunteer Taxi wanted 81 because this is a driver-owned company that was comprised of 81 Ethiopian drivers that wanted to come together and form this company. They have 45 permits at this point, which means right now we have 36 names of 36 specific drivers ready, willing, and able to drive for Volunteer Taxi as soon as they have enough permits. This is not that we anticipate we can get that many. Now, as to the other 14, because of some of the novel ways that Volunteer Taxi runs its business, the demand to become a part of it as a shareholder and driver is pretty great. And we keep a running list of inquiries of people that would like to join in themselves. It is far greater than 14. Now, all of them won't necessarily be qualified investors, qualified shareholders. That's true. But given the number of people seeking to be, we believe that in addition to the 36 that would be probably almost immediate, the other 14 would probably be utilized within a very short period of time, if not immediately. And I think that's an important thing. We're not guessing. We're not saying we think we have a need for this number. We actually already have 36 of the 50 earmarked. And those people are generally driving for other companies right now, and the argument has previously been made, and I won't replow it, about how that ultimately means that's not really an increase in the number of cabs in general, it's a reallocation of them. So some of the other companies seeking additional permits won't actually need them because they'll probably be losing some drivers. In any event, but beyond that, beyond the specific need for this number, I think there are some things about the nature of Volunteer Taxi's business model itself that also set it apart and actually make it the type of company that we as Nashvillians should want to be the ambassadors or the first impression to our guests that come and visit us. And now, going back in time just briefly, you might recall when Volunteer Taxi first applied for a certificate, it was kind of mold breaking. It changed the game with some of what it wanted to do. Now, since that time, several other companies have adopted maybe one particular feature that was an innovation or another particular feature. But to date, the only company that still has the full package of those innovative features that made Volunteer Taxi a game changer is Volunteer Taxi. And by the way, it's flattering for a trailblazer to see other people follow and adopt some of its changes, which is natural. That happens all the time. But I think it's important to note that none of them have done so fully. Typically, a company might have adopted one of the features or one other of the features, but none of them are the full package. And number two, I do think it's important to think about who was it that did the innovation in the first place as opposed to following, because there is something about the entrepreneurial mindset that gives us some level of assurance that that's a person or that's a company that's going to continue to innovate, that's going to continue to think of better ways to provide this service, of better ways to keep customers happy, of more efficient ways to do it. And now, so let's talk briefly about the different features of their business model that I think set it apart from other taxi companies. The first, and it's been mentioned a lot, is that it is a driver-owned company. The advantages of that, I think, are clear, and they've already been discussed, so I'll give that one kind of short shrift. But obviously, someone who actually is more invested in the success of this venture is probably going to have a different approach than someone who is simply driving for someone else as an indentured servant and paying all the money upstream. It's like the difference in home ownership and how invested you are in taking care of the property. In addition to that, they're able to share some costs. For example, another innovative feature, this is, oh, and by the way, I mentioned that some other companies have adopted a few of these features. That first one, being fully driver-owned, of course, there's only one other of the applicants today. There's only one other company that is before you that is also driver-owned, existing companies, of course. And so right now, it's Volunteer Taxi and one other that have that feature. The second of the features, that one, of course, by the way, is 10 cab. That's no secret who the other company that I'm talking about is. But the next feature is the cars themselves being company-owned and fully company-owned and maintained. And that's important because at the end of the day, when all of that burden is shoved down on the actual driver, number one, he's restrained by his own means, his own ability to pay. Number two, there's a perverse incentive to put that maintenance or that repair or that whatever, or buying a younger, more expensive car, to put that off. But in this model, they're able to spread that burden around in such a way that they're able to level out that burden, and it makes for more proactive care for the cars. It makes for a younger fleet. If you look at the age of their fleet, of course they comply with the requirements of a particular age at which you retire the cars, and when you do, you buy a car no older than this. But they only have 2 cars of their existing 45 that are getting close to that retirement age, and frankly, when they buy new cars, they have a greater ability and willingness to buy younger cars, and the vast majority of their cars are nowhere close to getting to the point where they're going to have to be put out of commission. And that is made possible by the fact that we're not asking one individual to pony up the money for that. It's an important feature, and there are also only 2 of the applicants before you of the existing companies that have that feature, and it's Volunteer Taxi and Green Cab. And so once again, you've got Volunteer Taxi and one other that share that feature that makes it a better company, a more efficient a company, and a company more likely to greet our guests with better service and better equipment. Now, we've talked a lot. A third feature is cameras inside the cab and outside. All of Volunteer Taxi's cabs are currently equipped with the cameras. We've brought an example, but I'm sure you've all seen them. And there are currently only 2 other companies in town in which all of their cabs are equipped with those cameras. There's a third that is beginning to roll them out, but Volunteer Taxi is one of 3 before you that has that feature. And that's important not just for safety. Of course, it's an important safety feature that you can see the driver and all of the passenger compartment and the area around the cab. But it's safety and accountability. If we want to talk about customer service, that's a way to guarantee customer service. If some interaction occurs, it's on the camera. And so it's both a safety and an accountability feature. The last one I'd like to talk about is the fact that Volunteer Taxi has a state-of-the-art, and that word has been really used a lot, but truly a stand-apart, state-of-the-art, sophisticated computer dispatch and integrated GPS system. Now, we have to be careful what we're talking about, because if you ask any company, do you have GPS? They're going to say, oh yeah, we've got GPS. But you have to be careful what we're talking about. We're not talking simply about GPS tracking. I think they're all required to have that at this point. Okay, so everybody can tell where all their cabs are at any given time. Wonderful. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, that's ground level. Nor are we talking about GPS directions that many of us have stuck to our windshield or built into our car. That's a nice thing too. But that's not what I'm talking about either. Many of the other companies have those in many of their taxis, although they're certainly not universal. What I'm talking about is a fully integrated system that connects the passenger with the dispatch with the driver, and ultimately, without getting too technical, let me put it in functional terms how this works. So a call comes in to dispatch. The driver never has to enter any address in that little thing that we sometimes buy and stick to our windshield, because it's all run essentially by the computer. Now, there is a human being. They'll get the human touch, but that person takes the information, puts it in the system, and then it takes off from there. And ultimately what happens, because we do know where the cabs are, because we do know who has a passenger right now and who doesn't, because you can hide, the assignment gets sent to the most logical driver, and he doesn't have to put anything into his system. It's a link. He, on a tablet, do we have an example of the tablet with us? He will then just hit the link, and all sorts of information. By the way, all of this syncs in the cloud. So what then happens is the following information is automated. It automatically comes up. Of course, the location of the pickup, naturally, with directions of how to get there. That's pretty basic. The distance and the estimated time to reach the passenger. An image of the location, so that when the driver gets there, he'll actually say, oh yeah, that's the building I'm looking for, which is an important safety feature if something else goes wrong, to know you are at the right place. The current location of the driver's car along the route which means that it is constantly updating the estimated time of arrival to the passenger. So, and let me discuss apps for just a moment. At the moment, there's not an app affixed to this, but we also need to make sure that we don't get carried away in certain words that may not stand for what we think they do. An app is an easy add-on to this. In fact, we have with us today Judy Kuhn, the newly hired operations manager, and one of the first things she was asked to do when she was hired a month ago was begin looking into getting an app affixed to this. But all an app really is a very small, simple program that is an interface program. But what really matters is the back office system, because an app, a lot of people have come up and said, oh, we're going to get an app that'll do this and that and that. Well, apps don't really, an app is an interface. What they're going to have to do first is build this back office system, and I don't know that everyone realizes that. And so it's really easy to promise down the road we're going to get an app and it's going to do all of this. And that is an app is a wonderful customer convenience tool. Some people prefer clicking to making a phone call, and that's terrific. But currently, and what that would enable them to do is the passenger could actually see, okay, he said 12 minutes when he started, now he's about 4 minutes away. And that's a great thing to know live time. At the moment, what he can already do with this system, though, is talk to the dispatch. Well, first of all, the dispatcher always follows up and says he's going to be X number of minutes. And then if anything slows it down, he's now at X number of minutes away. And the passenger can always call, and we know because of this integrated system how much closer he's gotten, or did he hit a traffic jam and have to go a different way? Is it now 5 minutes when we thought? Yes.
You said a moment ago that when the passenger's in the cab and they're on their way to their destination, the passenger can be updated or kept appraised of how far you are away.
Oh, I apologize.
How does that work?
No, I apologize if it sounded like I said that. I wasn't very clear. I haven't gotten to the part of the process where the passenger gets in yet. At this point, I'm talking a passenger wondering, where the heck is my cab? They told me it would be.
Do you have anything for a passenger to be aware of what's going on when they're sitting in the back seat of the cab?
Well, that could be another piece of the functionality of the live tying app, or frankly, anyone can do that on their phone. If I pull up my map, I can see where we are. But in terms of connecting to the system, I don't know. Once the tablet does it. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. So let's get to that point. Once the passenger is picked up, one of the other bits of information is the number of miles and estimated driving time to the final drop-off destination. And that also, I'm sorry, I answered incorrectly. That also live time updates. It would be mounted in the upseat, but they'd be able to see it. And I mean, they could see, minutes to destination, but it's not in their hands. Now, that is one of the things, though, that could be addressed with an app, where they're able to click on something and they also are able to see data like that. But again, I just want us to not think an app is a panacea. An app is a convenient way to access what otherwise needs to be a fully functional system, and that's really the guts of the problem. Now, a couple of other important, another piece of information that immediately pops up from the beginning is fare information, an estimate of what the fare will be, or if it's a flat fee, of course, then you know what the fare is going to be. And that's also important information to know on the front end, that if you order this cab, here's what it's going to be. Final thing about safety, and there's been some talk about emergency buttons or panic buttons. Well, volunteer taxis have two, and importantly, they're not affixed to the dashboard, because both the camera and the tablet itself both have a panic button. So if anything were to occur, if either of those is reachable, that's fine. In the case of, God forbid, a carjacking or anything in which the driver is removed from the car, if he's able to pull with him either of these devices and he's stranded out somewhere, he still hits the panic button. And through GPS, the magic of GPS, he's still locatable. And that's important. I'm certainly not downplaying companies that want to mount it permanently in the car. That's a terrific safety feature. But I think having it mobile in two different locations in the event of the worst case scenario is also a nice little leg up on a typical panic button. I've spoken well beyond my 5 minutes. I'd be happy to discuss the plan that we have or that we're devising for reaching hard to reach and underserved areas, as well as the backseat credit card equipment, which has been purchased and now received and has not yet been installed. But we're not promising down the road we're thinking about getting it. It's been purchased. ADA, we have 4 in process, meaning already been ordered, and 1 currently already online. That puts us over the 10%, and that again is already been ordered. We promise, trust us, we're going to get 4 more down the road. So that's.
To make a correction, we have the front credit card anyway, but we are.
You have both front and back. No, I understand that.
We have to install the back one already. We have the front one. We use the.
Yes. Okay. In case I wasn't clear, currently there is already a credit card system in there, but it is a front credit card system. What has arrived and needs to be installed is the credit card swipe system that would enable the passenger to do it in the back seat. So there is already a credit card system, if I made it sound like there wasn't one at all, but it isn't back seat yet, but will be soon. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yellow cab.
I'm here today in support of Nash Vegas, Pink Cab, Magic Taxi, and everyone else who's been here speaking. I feel we have a need for more permits. How much, I don't know. That'll be up to you guys. And Yellow Cab is not at the forefront of anything. We're not better. We've not done anything first. We're not the best. We strive and try to be the best on a daily basis. On a daily basis. The best question that I have heard is, how do we get to these unserved areas? And how do we keep them supplied with taxis to get into? Because nobody that has stood here is ever going to mandate to a driver where, when, and how he works. If there's 150,000 people at the convention center and 50,000 people at Opryland, hey, that's where they're going to be. So addressing your question, sir, I have come up with, and I'm going to continue and try to come up with an incentive program, monetary, point systems to give these drivers incentive to work these areas. When they get a certain amount of points in a week's time, I'm going to take some monetary dollars off of their franchise fees on what they owe me. And the majority of these drivers that you see in this room has worked at many different companies. These guys deserve their own company. Every driver should have a choice of what color cab they want to get into. So I'm in support of all of the above. I just don't know how much more is needed. That'll be up to you guys to decide. But the underserved areas that the council members have talked about, all we can do is strive to come up with innovative ideas to get these areas serviced. And I'm going to do that to the best of my ability on a daily basis. Technology, we're all going to be the same across the board. We've got the panic buttons. We've got the GPSs. We're all going to be the same, and we're going to follow Mr. Fields' lead on what he feels is necessary for us to have. And I promise you that's the way it is. And Mr. Fields knows that. So give these guys their company. Pink Cab, Nash Vegas, Magic Taxi, give Checker, Taxi USA. I just don't know how much is needed. I've applied for 50. Some of them's applied for 100 and 150. I don't feel we need that much. But like I say, you guys decide that. But these underserved areas, I've got some great ideas. to put money in my drivers' pockets to get them to these areas. And that's all I have. You guys got any questions?
Are you underserved right now? Are you able to handle your call volume, or are you letting someone go?
No, I cannot. Because the areas that the council members and everybody's talking about, you know, it's hard. Hey, if a driver can get pickups going to Opryland, $25 a pop on a Friday and Saturday night, that's where he's going to be. He's not going to be in Bellevue making a call for $7. If he's made that call before and he knows it's $7, he's not going. You know, but when you give them 25% off of their franchise fee to a company on a week, if they get a certain amount of points in these areas, that's going to change some minds. They will go, and they will stay in these areas. So,
What's the incentive for you to give them a monetary reward?
because when I get the amount of calls that I get in Bellevue and Antioch and Hermitage and Mount Juliet that I can't make, I mean, they're not going to, you know, if they call us 3-4 times and we can't get them, they've got a choice. They're going to call somebody else's number. And I don't want them calling somebody else's number. I want them calling my number. I strive to be the best on a daily basis. I try to keep the best drivers, discipline the drivers when they need it. I have some very good drivers. But hey, we're not at the forefront of anything. All we can do is try our best on a daily basis. Any more questions?
The credit card function right now?
Yes.
Backseat?
Yes. Well, it works on a satellite, you front or back.
But I don't have to pass my card up to the driver?
No, he can hand the machine back to the passenger.
Okay. And a panic button?
Yes, sir, on the radio.
And onboard camera?
Soon to be.
Soon to be?
Soon to be.
Like 14 or 15?
14. Anything new that goes on right now, as opposed to what you give all of us, and I hope it's all of us, you know, maybe not as much as that's been requested, but those immediately will be required to have them in before they go on the street.
And I see you're using all your ADA cabs.
Yes, sir. Got 13 ADA cabs.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 4 o'clock right now. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start it's 4:02, we'll start at 4:07. We're now going to open the public hearing portion of the annual hearing for the consideration for additional taxi cab permits. We've got a number of people who've requested to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here a long time. In order to get this meeting, we're going to need your attention. And we've amplified to say we certainly need you to comply with the commission's request, and we'll be quiet and hear the people that need to speak, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Fields. We have a number of people who have requested to speak. And I will call you by name to come forward. I would ask that you go ahead and line up over here to my right so we can speed that process up. And also limit your comments to 1 minute. I have a timer, and when that 1 minute is up, you need to stop and step away. If your comments are simply to speak in support of additional permits for a particular company, it is fine for you to just come up and say, I support additional permits for X company or whatever. If that's all you're requesting to speak about, then it may not be even necessary for you to speak. If you are speaking against the granting of additional permits, or if you have something substantive to offer, obviously then you should speak up on that point. But you have 1 minute. So I'll go ahead and call the first person, Dean Patel. Vishal Banker. Emmett Evans.
Just be a minute. Yeah, I work for Checker Cab. I'm one of those, what are the ADA drivers, access drivers. I was thinking a rate increase might resolve a lot of the problem as far as getting out into the areas that are least covered. If the passenger has to pay a little more, they'll get better service. They don't tell us where the passenger is going when they dispatch us on the radio. So what it is, it's a gamble for us to be dispatched out into Brentwood and to volunteer for a call like that. We don't know where they're going. They could be going across the street. So if you give us a higher rate, that 800-pound gorilla that's over there in the corner, I'm addressing that again. Increase our mileage rate from $2 a mile to $2.50, $3. Otherwise, we're going to go where the money's at because we got a lick payment we have to meet. I pay something like $700 a week for my cab. And so I'm going to go where the money's at. I'm going to go to the airport, $25. I'm going to go downtown. And so will the rest of these drivers, too. Putting more cabs on is a good idea. It increases our presence. I believe that. And it'll give us a good stand against this Uber that's coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Ahmed Osman.
Turn up the volume.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. I'm just here on behalf of Magic Taxi. I think everybody knows in this hall that we need more cabs on the street, and I really like to get more owner-operator cabs because we have the experience. I'm a driver for almost 3 years now, and Magic Taxi, they're looking for almost 80 numbers, and they have 55 drivers. Most of them, they have experience like 2 years to 18 years. So I'm hoping that you guys approve us today because we've been in more leagues on the other companies, like 350 a week, which we can't afford. We can't make a living. It is very hard for us. We work in 18 hours, 16 hours, 15 hours a day. So I hope you can do our Magic Tax, and I really appreciate it for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osman. Mohammed Hassan.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for granting me this chance. I would like to provide a context and share some stories, but there's no time for that. So I just wanted to say that in recent press, international press, the sentiment that's out there is that Nashville is hot, Nashville is awesome. And one reason for that is because of, look in this room. These first-generation Americans, new Americans, they're mainly from my community, East African community. And all they want is a chance to better, and so far, you guys believed in them and granted them some permit to different driver on, and they delivered. And apparently, there's a new applications in today. I'm familiar with the guys who apply for Magic Cab, and DT is not only a driver, but he's a civic leader. He does a lot of awesome things in the community. I came and speak on behalf of Teen Cup last year, and they requested for 120 permits, and they were only granted 35. And apparently, there's other guys who want to do it, who want to do an awesome job. So please grant them. And also, keep in mind that our city is doing better, and we're in competition with Atlanta, New Orleans, Austin, and all these cities. But the problem is that those cities have trains. We're just starting to have the AMP conversation. So I think these drivers want to serve our city and our county, and it's better for them to be granted these permits, and I would like to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Negri.
Happy day. How are you? I know I only have a minute, but because the timer must not have been working earlier, because I've been here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. All right. I'm the Director of Human Relations for the City of Nashville currently. I managed a hotel here for 15 years. I was the president of the Hotel Association both here and for the state. You need more cabs. You need to take the cap off. So whoever's asking for them should really get them. But the manner in which you're determining cabs, because I've sat on taxi cab commissions in 2 other cities, and some of the things are kind of interesting here. You should be looking at cabs per capita by hotel rooms. We have more hotel rooms than Baltimore. All right. When you look at that, that'll push cabs out to the residential areas. So that's another way of looking at it. Security. The little light on the back of the trunk has been around for 30 years in most major cities. So you need to be looking at that also. I know my time is up, and I'm pretty aggravated after waiting 3.5 hours. Thank you.
Buck Dozier. I believe Mr. Dozier's already spoken.
Right.
Johnny White.
Johnny White with Music City Taxi, the only company that's been in existence that has not applied for any permits. I think part of the reason is this report that came out that the city paid $170,000 commissioned this report, and it's not being followed. It's not being looked at. And it said before you give out permits that we would have a process that would show the need, not a want. Everybody here is asking for a want. And I'm not saying we don't need them. The other issue is how are we going to ensure that the public is serviced in Bellevue, Goodlettsville, Antioch? This isn't going to solve that. You're going to have a process, a zone cab. Everybody's going to line up at the airport. How many cabs are there in the city, Billy? 755. I guarantee you 600 of those are lined up right now for one spot at the airport. 600 cabs waiting to get into one spot. These guys are going to do the same thing. All these drivers out here, a lot of them are my drivers, and I have great respect for these guys. But they're the same drivers that say that they're going to serve these are not serving them now because they won't go out there. If you restrict these, don't give them all airport spots. Obviously, new companies will have to have a certain amount of airport spots. But say I was asking for 40. Well, say, okay, if you really need those to take care of those out there, why do you need airport spots? To take care of the community, to take care of downtown, to take care of East Nashville, West Nashville. So there needs to be a process, and there's not. It's just I won't. Everybody's got their hand out. I didn't put my hand out because I firmly believe it's not the right thing to do it. I've been in the industry longer than anybody here in management. And I've done this, and I poured my heart into it, and I'm on my way out. I'm 48, and I thought I was getting into it. I'm getting out. Thank you.
Terry Clements. Daniel, excuse me.
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak to the demand. I was involved in that transportation study, and it was a good study in 2012. It in no way could have taken into account what's happened in the 2 years since then. Since then, we've had, just this year, we've had 500,000 more visitors than came last year. We've got about 27,000 hotel rooms in Davidson County. We now are being named again and again as one of the top cities, not just in the United States, but one of the top cities in the world to visit. Our convention center is just ramping up. We have got every 11 days, 6,000 new people will arrive in Nashville throughout the year 2014. And that is double what we had in the old convention center. Opryland just finished a record year of bookings, so it's not just downtown, it's all over the county. Our hotels are actually performing at the #1 rate in the United States. And so with all of that said, nothing that study could have looked at in 2012 would have told us that this is going to be the demand 2 years later. Since you've issued the last round of permits, 3 new major hotels have opened and 6 more are under construction and will open in the next 12 months. So we're here to say we don't know what number it needs to be, but there absolutely needs to be some more permits, and we will not just grow into them. The growth is already there. The growth is just going to be the exponential this year.
Thank you, Mr. Clements.
Can we ask a question?
Of course.
He has some expertise.
If you were to make maybe a projection of what we need as an additional number, what would it be? Based on all the growth numbers that you have?
I hesitate to answer because I don't have all the numbers, but Mr. Negri, who said that there's some cities base it on your number of cabs per 1,000 in population. We are a different city altogether than those cities. The 12 million visitors this year, or in this past year, just says that those numbers don't count, and I'm not even sure the total number of hotel rooms count, but whatever our peer cities have, and our peer cities are not Raleigh and the other cities that were mentioned in the study. Our peer cities these days are New Orleans, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Las Vegas, Orlando. We're playing in a field that's the level of expectation that our visitors come here and want, and that's what we've got to be able to fulfill.
And do you also, what's your opinion then of the ADA taxi issue? Without feedback.
That's pretty good. The commission may know we do the sensitivity training for cab drivers and the hospitality training. Everything that we've heard with the experts that we deal with is 1 out of 5 people in the United States will have some special need. So it tells us that we don't have enough accessible cabs today, and this is only going to get worse as our generation reaches that point of special need.
So we're underserved today.
I believe we are. From the people who we know that use chairs and use dogs and other things, they absolutely have a very difficult time finding transportation.
So are you suggesting 20% ADA?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see that may be steep for today, but I think more than what we've got today. Absolutely, yes, sir.
More than 10%.
I think it'd be desirable if the finances can work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Tsige.
Hello, thank you for having me here. My name is Daniel Tsige. I have a few points that I want to make sure I get it. I'm a student. I'm also with Nash Vegas, a shareholder as well. And the reason why we wanted to get together and do this is to cut down costs. I mean, it's very simple. We want to make sure we are able to do this job without working 12, 14 hours. That's one of them. And because the expenses is kind of high. And most of them are like fathers, and we have 2 females, actually 3. They have to work 12 to 14 hours in order to pay for the franchise, which is, we call it league payment. So we got together and let's do this, and we're doing it. And so if we get a permit, what we asked or close to what we asked, we will have low operating costs, and we will have a better service to customers and better technology. How do we do that? We, like you said, we have so many years of experience. I have 5 year, is it 2 minutes? Okay, 5-year experience of driving, and the others do different things. I mean, different years. And I'm also, I'm with Tennessee National Guard. I serve with a 278 Charlie Maid, and for example, I'm almost done. For example, I took the petition to have them sign for me, and all they said was, "Hey, what are you guys doing a cab business again? Because Tennessee, everybody's driving. I mean, you guys don't really need a cab license." I was like, "Well, we actually doing it professionally. You know, we are designated drivers. We're not just getting out, you know, from house and start to drive like other cab companies. You guys know who I'm talking about." So if you guys, thank you for having me. Let me see if I got oh yeah, one more thing. What makes us unique is we decided to give a military discount. Since I'm in the military, I want to make sure my people are taken care of as well. So that makes us different. I didn't see any cab company doing that business giving discount either. I know they do for the vets, but we want to make sure we take care of the active duty as well. Thank you very much.
Solomon Tadell.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Tadilla. I almost grew up here. I went to Hillsborough High School. I used to work for Dell Computer. Before I start the business, I get laid off from my work after 10 years working with them. And since I've been working in the companies, all they have given me is a block. You cannot talk to them and improve the business. So we get tired of the hustle with the companies. Nobody has able to, like our minimum deductible is $2,000. That's ridiculous. While like you can take consumer's insurance, it's $500 deductible. I can enroll in. In Allied, if I go, $2,000 deductible. That means if I have a fender bender, I have to pay it out of my pocket. So I graduated from Nashville Community College. I've been here 20 years. If somebody tell me I don't like this city and this state, it's wrong. I love this city. I love the people. I like to interact with my customers, but I want to have the slice of the American dream. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Daniel Denku.
Okay, my name is Daniel Denku, and I've been living in this town since 1996. And on the record, I just kind of mention one thing. When one company say they have $1 million insurance toward the taxi, you didn't ask them who paid for that insurance. We, the drivers, pay. With a $2,000 deductible. So, why the drivers don't go far away and work? There's an answer for that too. We pay the higher leak to be able to pay the company. That way we follow the money. Probably a lot of these drivers know me. I put 70 to 90,000 miles into my vehicle every year. I go all over the city. There's money out there? Yes, there's money. But a lot of them enforced to stay downtown. That way they can work with whatever the money and the convention and the tourist. That's not why I was just trying to say it now. I've been driving a cab since 2005, and I have a very well experience taking care of the elderly, taking care of the disabled, and taking care of the people who need help. The majority of us here who apply for this taxi company who have experience, they probably mentioned before, we have over 600 years combined experience. And if you give us the permit to service Nashville, we'll be ready within weeks. We don't need no training like other companies. We're ready. We know the city very well. We started a taxi company when they were dispatching over the radio, no GPS. We know the city by map, not by GPS typing. So we're ready to go. Please give us that permit. We'll make you proud. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Guillermo Kersey, or Kiersey.
Your Excellencies. My name is Guillermo Kersey. I'm from Nash Vegas company, the Would-Be Corporation. I'm here just to say something about me. Like everything has been already said by our president. In my country, I'm first degree holder in law, and I have a diploma in management. I've been in many government offices and different NGOs in my country. The NGO especially CARE, international organization, especially during the mid-80s, mid-80s in Ethiopia, there was a very serious drought.
I was serving there as administrative officer and assistant project coordinator. Here, I'm working with Allied, Nashville, and SCAP. We got the experience with it thanks to our companies. That's why I'm asking my corporation. So we have well-experienced guys who are after me, who are at the back with the shiny T-shirts, all have their own shining skills and experiences. Everybody has every experience. So what we need is, Your Excellencies, just to give us a permit to chart our corporation and make it a legal entity so that we'll go to the road, we'll work, we'll give our best, and we'll make a fair competition in processing to upgrade the Nashville transportation industry. After all, we are Nashvillians. We love Nashville, and we love the indigenous people who should get services. So our plan, we know the routes, the locations. We are not new drivers. We have all experiences with us. What we need just from you is the permit. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Hi, how you doing?
Hello.
First of all, I want to thank you again for giving us those 35 permits. We asked 120 permits. I made a couple of notes. Since you gave us a minute, I want to take advantage of it. All these privately owned companies are telling you how great they are, how great service they're doing. If you're not servicing your driver and he's not happy, you are like Mexico, they're jumping over the wall. So I don't see why they keep asking you permits. You should ask yourself, why are all these drivers asking for a company? A year ago, 2 years ago, that wasn't in our mind. You should ask why now. Because we are in a sweatshop industry as it is. And now on top of that, we got unregulated services that came to town. You don't even know how many of them are out there. But you're keeping tab on this. There's no question we need more. But the question is, why do drivers ask for a company? It's because these companies are not taking care of the business. They're not taking care of the driver's well-being. They're not taking care of customer complaints. And they're not taking care of about underserved area. They're just giving you lip service. I was hearing a guy saying, we serve this hotel, that hotel, that hotel, and like an underserved area. Hotel is not an underserved area. Hotel calls you, driver jumps on it. Underserved area is that lady in the house trying to get to the grocery store. So that's what we do. We do 1:30 in the morning while they're all on Broadway. We send driver forcefully. Manager talks to him. He said, hey, go get that. He better go get it, otherwise he'll be out of service. That's what we do. Driver-owned company. Driver has a vested interest in taking care of that customer because he wants that customer to call. We have 888 number, symbol number. We don't need no marketing. We can't even handle our calls, call volumes. It's a self-marketing thing. But you should ask why. No, 10 cab. Yeah, we got the 888 number. We got a mobile app in the line that we're trying to, contract is already ready. If you give us that, we have a mobile app that won't discriminate people who don't have a little card to pay with. Most of the people, even though they don't have a card, they got a smartphone. They can use that smartphone, pay the driver cash, and there will be no cancellation fee. It's part of the business. Passenger calls you, he takes another cab. It's a part of the business. Dry run happens every day. It happens to me. I'm a driver. Most of these customers see me on the road driving. I don't get sweat about losing a customer because I drove 10 miles. It's part of the business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon DeLue. Sharon Dell. Habib Al-Sharari. Mike Kaiser.
I've been driving for 5 years. Come March, I've got 300,000 miles that I've put on that van. I go everywhere. There's nowhere I don't go. But do I sit at the airport, everybody? Do I sit downtown in hotels? But I make $60,000 plus. Now, I can show you how you do that. You go catch every call. Like the homeless person out in Goodlettsville on Tuesday night that just had to go to the laundromat, it's cold. It was across the street. Like the person that was, he urinated in his pants. He's at the Cumberland Inn. You know where that is, anybody? You know where that is? No, you didn't know. It's at Trinity Lane. He just wanted to go up to the liquor store and get 2 more quarts of Colt 45. And back. No tip. It was 10 cents. I'm sorry. So there's more I could tell you about Tuesday night, and boy, I texted in and let them have it. But I go. Now, that's how you do the cab business, like the young man said. You just take them all. It's like a merry-go-round. You jump on, and once you start, you can't get off if you just keep accepting calls. That's the way the system's worked, our system. But I will tell you this much. 1 minute's not long enough to tell you I'm a business owner. I own Best Cab Company. My business license is down at wherever they record it at. But I will tell you this. With Uber, UberX, Lyft, the reduction in the limo fee, you've already put more on. You don't even need to put any more on the road. But if you want to grant a percentage, my suggestion would be do a mystery shopper. All these words that you've heard today, just go find somebody to go mystery shop the cab companies. You'll find out who it needs to be. Put them in the cab. I bet you see a spike in the friendliness and the call-taking timeliness and everything else that has to do. But that's what I would do. Now, I'm also the one that came up with the Titans cab stand over there. I've got lots of great ideas, but unfortunately, I'm just a cab driver to anybody, okay? But I will tell you this much. I wouldn't grant any more permits until you find out who deserves it. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Paul Fisher. Walter Searcy. Is there anyone else in the room that who submitted a request to speak that I didn't call their name? If you come forward. Will you please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Biniam Habte. My name is Biniam Habte, but first I would like to say thank you very much for the commissioners. And 1 minute is not enough for me to give a special thanks for Mr. Fields and Lisa for the best, respect for the cab drivers he has and for good customer service you always give us. And what I would like to say is I just want to put it to the point first. I'm not here only for a Nash Vegas cab, but for all drivers that, drivers, owners, companies, because we all have the same sympathy. We've got a lot of things to take care of. We know what the customer service means. And when it comes to the customer service, for all people that they came to our cities, to the music city, that we have to welcome them and put that smile on them. And we have to smile back to them too. And the way we get that smile, when we are happy. When I have something in my mind, when I'm busy, when I'm working like more than 16 hours, which is illegal, I can't have a smile on me. It has to be true smile. When I smile for someone else. I've got to be welcome for my customers. And I was pulled over one night working very long period of time. It was about 3 a.m. in the morning, going back home. I live all the way in Laverne. I was working in downtown, but I was drowsy driving. A police cab pulled me over, and he advised me, hey, get off the next interstate, the next exit, and then, take, some refreshment. And the way I've done, why I've done that is because I've got a family. I'm a father of three kids. I've got a mortgage. And I've got a second mortgage that I can hold that I pay for the company, which I pay more than my mortgage. And I'm a student. So we all here, the drivers that they own, that they want to own their own business, I mean, we have to grant the number of cabs that we are requested for. Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Ahmed Abukar. I want to tell you about how hard it's to be a cab driver. Maybe most of the community doesn't know what kind of job that we are doing. Imagine that you are driving in a highway or street, someone, a passenger sitting behind you, threw or puke over you, all your body, your head, your clothes inside the car, and you don't know how healthy, what kind of health disease that person have. Still, we do not become angry with them. We take them to their destination, drop them, and leave them. That will take me out of service for 2 days or 3 days to take the car to professional cleaners to clean, and it becomes wet. You have to wait until it becomes dry because you cannot take another driver with all the shit inside your car. So that's kind of of work that we are doing for the city, for the people, for the community. So I believe that we need more cabs for this city. Because why? If the city doesn't need the cabs, what brought Uber and Lyft to bypass this commission and go to the city council and get approval? They convinced that the city needs more cabs. They have unlimited cars. They have unregulated. So we need to get more cabs, you know, in order to compete with the unregulated cabs. They are not paying what we pay. And I don't want to embarrass you. 7 of you sitting here, I'm sure that nobody knows how many working for Uber or Lyft. You are sitting here. You are the people who are supposed to know everything. I'm sure that none of you knows how many working for Uber and Lyft. So thank you for that.
At this time, we're going to close the public hearing portion of the annual hearing on the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity for additional taxi cab permit requests. And at this time, we'll open up for deliberation to the commission whether or not to grant certificates of convenience for the new applicants and additional permits for the existing companies.
Mr. Chairman, as a part of the process, the first thing the commission needs to determine is, before you make any suggestions on how many permits there might be needed, you need to make a determination that permits are needed. So it probably would require 2 different actions. The first action meaning a finding that yes, additional permits should be issued, and then the deliberation on how those permits would be issued.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Are there any commissioners that would like to speak on whether or not there's a need for additional permits to be granted?
And can we make that a two-part, that we also think that there should be additional ADA?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'm going through, I've done some math, and I have to figure out what I did. So if you've got one.
I've got some math, but
Well, I think first we just have to say yes or no before we get into numbers.
Right.
So somebody needs to make that motion if they're so inclined.
I'll make a motion that I believe that we need to approve additional taxi cab permits.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. At this point now, we need to deliberate on how many permits and to which companies, and of those permits, which ones should be ADA permits.
I did some numbers and I came up with an additional close to 400, 395. Are we in the ballpark here?
Excuse me, Rhonda, I hear people in the back saying they can't hear. I don't know if the amplification can be increased.
A problem has happened. I'm not sure what it is, but the feedback is, they're working on it. I'm not sure. We'll do the best we can.
And can I jump in real quick? Can we also put it on the record that we need the additional ADA? I think that's, if we're making a finding that we need cabs, and I think we need to, is that okay to do that?
I agree with you, and I think it should be a minimum of 10%, 10% of the cars, the permits. Do you want to make that motion?
I move that, that we do need to grant additional ADA permits at a minimum rate of 10% of the total.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Just so I understand, so we've agreed that additional permits should be granted, and of the additional ones that we grant, 10% must be ADA compliant.
Rather than start with a number, a total number, and then distribute it, do you think it might be better to just take each company what they're requesting, what we're, I'm sure we've all worked some kind of number out.
Right. I think it actually, that's probably a bit difficult. I think we need to try to come up with a global number and then figure out how to distribute it.
Actually, I hate that idea.
You hate that idea?
I mean, that's what we did last year. It took us 18 months to come up with how that got distributed. I think if somebody has a grid that they're considering, I think we should throw it out there and then open that up for discussion, and we could just move the grid where we need to move it, and that will take care of the problem instead of trying to back into who gets what out of a specified number.
If someone has a detailed proposal to make for everyone to consider before we make a motion, that would be a good idea.
In this situation, I think going extreme will help us bring it into some framework. Everything that's been said today, and I'm quoting some of the comments today, more is happy. It's better for the customers, better for the companies, it's better for the commission. We've gotten tons of information that says that the city is crying for more. If I went extreme and said 840 is my number, I'm sure we're going to...
Additional 840?
Additional 840.
Wow.
I've got a comment or an observation. I've learned a little bit here today about Nashville that makes it different than Raleigh or Charlotte or some of the other cities, and that is that we have a blossoming convention and tourist trade here. We have a huge number of hotel rooms in comparison to our population. Some suggestions about looking at the number of cabs based on the ratios of hotel rooms. One gentleman mentioned we have no trains or metro system like Atlanta and some of the other cities, so we are more dependent upon the automobile to get people around. However, this commission is also, not only are we here to serve people that come to visit our city, we're here to make sure that people who live here in the underserved areas are getting coverage of service. But we're also here to make sure that the people who use the cabs are given service and safety. And, you know, we've got a Transportation Licensing Commission here, but we've also got a group of folks who are supposed to be, I was using the word before, policing, but really overseeing the cabs that are out on the street and investigating complaints. And I know that our director here on New Year's Eve was down there helping people get in cabs. And that's got to be over and beyond the duties of the person who's managing the responsibilities of his group of individuals. There are 3 people who are, Mr. Fields, what are they called? Inspectors? Inspectors. And they're responsible for the oversight and investigating complaints. And only 2 of those slots are filled. We have a vacancy right now. If we put 840 cabs out or 1,000 more cabs out there, we don't have the staff to do the other responsibility we have here, which is making sure the cabs are safe, they're in compliance. And that's part of our responsibility here on this commission. Not only making sure there's enough cabs out there to serve folks, but also that those cabs are safe and they're doing what they're supposed to be. If we had 1,500 for 3 inspectors, that's 500 each. Is that possible for them to do that, Mr. Fields?
Probably not.
All right. How do we get more staff if we're going to increase cabs?
We would have to, it would be the budgeting process this spring. We'd have to go and make additional requests to the Metropolitan Council.
That's the other part of the balance there that I see that we have to take in consideration when we're looking at how many more cabs we're putting on the street.
I know one of the things that that can be considered to handle the additional number of permits would be to change how we regulate those cabs and rely more on self-regulation and self-reporting if we were to grant a substantial number of permits that stretched our present resources.
So we're an executive from the taxi company would certify that they were following the guidelines and
Right.
then do spot checking that way.
Right.
Should we call a special hearing for that?
It would probably, and the commission we would have to have a special hearing, and it would have to be in the form, the result of the hearing would need to be legislation that you would propose to the Metropolitan Council. Some of the things it's possible as a staff we could do with your approval through rules, but sweeping changes on our inspection processes and our regulatory authority would have to go back to the Metropolitan Council.
Mr. Fields, what do you think your staff currently could absorb in terms of more cabs to have to regulate?
I've been asked that several times. It's always a challenge. It's been clear through the hearing today, but it's also been clear through the meetings, many meetings that I've been in around the city, that additional cabs are needed. The commission has gone down the road that last year you did something that other commissions have not done. You were able to go out and allow new companies to be created to let a new model exist. You have some new models existing. We're still in infancy, but we're certainly doing better today than we were last year, I think, in the first meeting that I came to. I have talked with people around the community. They've thrown numbers out from 200 to 250 in terms of additional taxi cabs. As a staff, what we're going to do is keep doing what we're doing the best we can. I also think that, as the chair mentioned, I think the cab business is different today than it was when the cab ordinance was written in 2000 when it was approved. We've made some modifications, but we haven't made that many. We've had several people talk today about the new applications that exist and new companies that are that can provide service through apps such as UberX and such as Lyft and Sidecar and others, and there are dozens. And there are dozens of apps that can work. So the truth of the matter is, as I told the Hospitality Association last Friday, I think we're at a point in Nashville where we're going to make some of the biggest changes we've made since we went from horses and carriages carrying people to the vehicles. I think we're at another turning point where we've got to take the next step. The companies and I meet typically every month, and they want to move forward. They want to do a good job. And, again, I think that the message that I heard, even from the Metropolitan Council, and 25% of them appeared either in person or by email today and suggested we put up a substantial number of taxi cabs. A number of 200 or 250 or something in that kind of range is probably a substantial number. That would probably be a substantial number in terms that would be, we would have gone from 585 if you were to approve if you approve 245, that would take us to an even 1,000 taxi cabs, not including the ADAs that you've already approved. So we would have gone from 585 to 1,000 in 2.5 years.
And my only question to that would be, is that going to get to the big question, is the underserved? That's what the big sell that I've heard all day is. A lot of these companies aren't serving a huge part of Davidson County, and I just don't see any other way for us to get to that underserved other than to create a situation where we've got enough service providers where by market demand, they're going to have to get to those areas.
Or there may be another way to do that. A lot of it has to do not necessarily with the number of cabs, but what the fees are when they get there to do it. So there's a lot of things that you have to look at when you start doing that. If you push another 800 cabs through, then nobody's going to make any money potentially. So I think that maybe trying to work with some of the companies, like Doug mentioned, and giving them whatever kind of spiff or whatever you want to call it monetarily to make it happen. But more so, we may need to look at I don't know, for lack of a better term, zone fares in certain areas where people are afraid to go out and they're going to make 12 or 15 bucks to go get that person and take them somewhere instead of $5 or $6. I mean, we're not going to solve that problem tonight, but that's something that we may want to look at. We may want to look at that at the downtown area where they're not making, $3 or $4 to go a block and a half, but anybody who wants a cab downtown has to pay whatever it costs to go from one side of the interstate to the other everywhere in that loop. Those kind of things we can look at that will help, as long as we have to include those other companies on the outside into that pricing structure as well. So I'm not sure just sheer numbers of cabs is going to solve your problem.
And we can make those recommendations to council, right? Because they set the fares.
Actually, I think we can actually do special fares ourselves.
Do special fares?
Yeah, I think. Billy, are you?
The Metropolitan Council has delegated the authority to establish flat rates. So you do have the authority, if you were to establish a flat rate from, as you have in as we call the triangle, from downtown to the airport to the Opry Lane Music Valley area, you would have the right and the authority to establish, and I'm going to just, a downtown zone. And that anything in the downtown zone will result in a $7 fare, an $8 fare, a $10 fare. I don't know what the number might be, but I think you already have that authority. Now, the meter rates you do not have the authority on. What you would do is make recommendations to the Metropolitan Council. Those rates have not changed. The last increase we had on the meter rates was in 2003. In 2002, we passed it, and we had an increase in 2002, 2001, 2002, and 2003.
Well, as the saying goes, the devil's in the details, and I'm going to step out and venture maybe to make some suggestions of the notes I've been taking. I've thought about Magic Taxi, Nash Vegas, and Pink Cab, that we authorize them to go into service with 35 permits each. I was impressed with Taxi USA and Yellow Cab's commitment, verbal commitment here today, and I hope they'll follow through on it, of servicing the suburbs. So I would make a suggestion of 65 for Taxi USA and 35 for Yellow Cab.
Taxi USA 65?
Yep. Yellow Cab 35. I'm impressed with our two startups of 10 Cab and Volunteer Taxi with outfitting their cabs with modern equipment, commitment to service to their customers. Though 10 Cab asked for 85, just to try to keep the numbers somewhat manageable for Mr. Fields and his staff, I would suggest 35 for 10 Cab, 30 for Volunteer Taxi. That doubles 10 Cab's current, and that nearly, that's a significant increase for Volunteer Taxi. I've got some numbers for the other ones, but I think I might want to just stop there and see where we are at this point.
What did you say for Checker Cab?
I didn't for checker. I had 20 down for checker cab.
Did you say anything for green?
I did not. I put down 30, but...
For green?
For green.
And quick cab?
Quick cab because they had a nice presentation. They seemed committed. I put 35.
Okay, my numbers were a little different. And Pink, what did you have?
And for the 3 startups, I said 35 each. That kind of mirrors what we gave 10 cab last year as a startup. That comes to, I think, about 365, which is way over what Mr. Fields thought that they might be able to manage with the current staff.
And
Mr. McNally, what did you say that you had down for a checker?
20.
20?
And for United?
United?
And for United, I put 10.
I kind of like the directions those numbers are going. I like certainly the fact that Taxi USA and Yellow Cab both have 10% of their fleet out there for ADA right now. And I know there are other, certain circumstances where right now 10 Cab has 1, United has 0, Volunteer has 1, Quick has 0, Green has 0. I'd like to think about maybe, I even like giving Taxi USA and Yellow Cab maybe closer to what they ask for and a little bit less for the others. I think it's rewarding behavior that we've tried to influence by the ADA component. It's kind of hard to think out loud up here.
Yeah, my numbers were pretty different.
But I generally, it's headed in the right direction.
I would agree. I like that direction, but I'd like to hear what Ms. Marco.
Well, what I had was Checker Cab had asked for 50, and I suggested 50. Green 10, Quick Cab 25, Magic Taxi 25, Nash Vegas 50. Pink Cab 25, Taxi USA 50. 10 Cab 35, United 40. Volunteer Taxi 35, and Yellow Cab 50, bringing it a total of 395, which is an increase of approximately 50%. Our numbers are not that far off. What I did was, actually, I took into consideration, I did read that library that was sent to us. It took quite a while, but I did go through everything. It was about 40 pounds of books that were delivered to me. And I went through it all, and my numbers were very different when I walked in today. And I have increased my numbers. I have totals down here. When I walked in today, I thought that I would recommend that we issue an additional 295 permits. And after this meeting, my number went up to 395. And that's how I allocated them. Based on what I took into consideration was, a lot of what I took into consideration was history, number of ADA, what their drivers. I did like that it was owner-owned companies. I was very impressed with the Nash Vegas contingency that you have here today. You made a lot of sense, and I increased your numbers as I was sitting here because you made a good argument. You convinced me, as did a lot of you. And that's why I added 100 permits. I think that if our infrastructure can handle it, then I think that 50% would be a good number to increase. I have to ask you, Mr. Fields.
I'm afraid to look around at my staff. I believe it's appropriate for the metropolitan government to do what its boards and commissions ask us to do. As an employee and I know as staff, we'll do the best we can. We're working on different kind of partnerships with other agencies right now in the government. You know, we're not in this alone. The Metropolitan Police Department have worked very hard to assist us. They will continue to do that. The Public Works Department that we're now a part of continues to support us and provide the kind of things that we need. The Public Works Director, Mr. Lovett, is absolutely committed. We meet regularly. He's proud to know more about transportation now than he's ever known because he studies it, it seems like, every day. We will support whatever the commission does. We will find a way to support it one way or the other. I do believe there will be some suggestions that are going to be coming forward because we do, again, as I said earlier, we've got it's a new day. So there will be suggestions that I think that'll be coming forth from staff through public hearing and other to change how we do what we do, to find better ways and find more modern ways to make sure that the public safety is protected. And that is what we're going to do, and that's our focus, is the public safety.
Well, now that we have our numbers, can we?
Could you give me your numbers for Checker through Magic, please?
Okay, and these are just suggested numbers, and we can take we can deliberate, but we needed some place to begin.
Right. Yeah.
So what I had was Checker Cab 50, Green 10, Quick Cab 25, Magic Taxi 25, and Nash Vegas 50. I believe in entrepreneurship, and I like companies that want to start up. I'm an advocate of that, and so I'd like to see those 3 cab companies starting new. Pink Cab 25 starting new. Taxi USA 50, 10 Cab 35, doubling their fleet. United 40, Volunteer Taxi 35, Yellow Cab 50. Total 395.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a suggestion? Perhaps we could take these one at a time, and since we have an agreement on, or at least 2 of us have the same number on 10 cab of 35, I'd make a motion that we approve an additional 35 permits for 10 cab.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Any nays? 1 nay.
You want to take turns on this, or you want to keep going, Pat?
Well, I think we're close enough on volunteer taxi. There's been 2 numbers of 30 and 35. I'd make a motion that volunteer taxi have an increase of permits, or additional 35 permits.
I second that motion.
Could you repeat that?
35.
35 additional the motion is for 35 additional permits for volunteer taxi, and there's been a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Before we go to the next one, Mr. McAnally, I just want to bring up a point that it has been our, when we started working with new companies, we basically set a limit that we didn't want to go past 35 and give them a year to go to that, to prove their worth at that number. So although I agree with you that they have a great plan, I think 50 is too much to start with for a startup company.
For Nash Vegas?
Yes.
Okay.
And to clarify the previous motions, did those include the 10%? Because we did say that we thought that the additional permits that were granted would include the 10% for ADA.
Mr. Fields, can't we at the end of this say that whatever we approve, it can be up plus 10% into ADA?
I just wanted it as part of it. I don't want to do a plus. I'm going to make.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah. And we all know the rule that after they're unused for so many days, that they actually come back.
Right.
Right. So you say, all right, I get maybe 120 days or a certain amount to implement all this, and if you don't use them, then they can, and within that time frame after you say implementation, if they don't use them within so many days, it's
120 days, and if you don't use the permits, then you forfeit them.
If you don't use if you're not using 90% of the total that's allocated.
90% of the total that's allocated, correct. That's what the law says.
Yeah.
Mr. Turner, I think in order to address your question, you would need to make a motion that the permits that we just approved for 10 cab and volunteer, that 10% would need to be ADA accessible of those 35.
And we just did volunteer and 10 cab, right?
Let's make sure.
10 cab.
Did we not do that with our original motion? That they were included?
I think you kind of did, but I think at this point, given the discussion, a clarification would probably be helpful.
All right.
I would move that that the permits granted to 10 cab and volunteer taxi that a minimum of 10% of those be ADA accessible permits. Is that covered?
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, I'll put on the table that Magic Taxi, Nash Vegas, and Pink Cab be awarded 35 permits each.
And 10% to be ADA.
And 10% to be ADA.
And would you be rounding up to 4 cabs? Yeah.
You have an existing rule that allows them to increase their fleet by as much as 10% of their total fleet. That is a little different than what I think I'm hearing today, because I think what Mr. Turner's saying is, if they put on 35, then 10% of those 35, of these 35 must be ADA. Now, once these 35 are in place, if they want to put an additional 4 on top of it,
They have
your
to be
rule would
ADA.
still, but they could do an additional 4 to meet that extra 10%. Correct.
That's my intent, because we want to be a minimum of 10, and Mr. Clements said that it could be as high as 20. So if we're requiring a minimum of 10 and going up, I think that's...
And it might be appropriate at some point to revisit your 10% rule, and if you wanted to go to 20%, give them the option. But
Okay.
I just want to make sure we were clear on that.
Okay, we're on a roll. We've got 175 allocated right now.
I'll make a motion to, we've already hit, we applied.
We got 70 allocated.
We still have the 3 at 35 we have to work on.
Yeah, we haven't, there's been no second on the motion.
I don't think there's been a motion made, has there?
There was a motion
motion.
to grant 35 permits to Magic Taxi, Nash Vegas, and Pink Cab, of which 10% or 4 of those 35 would be ADA compliant.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye. Now we've got 175.
Motion passes.
Now, I would like to do, because I like the numbers that they've put in, I'd like to do the Taxi USA component. They demonstrated in their numbers that they were indeed short, and they were short based on existing calls for service, not on any other growth. And I went through their numbers, and they had like a 36% growth. And crazy enough, they asked for 36% more taxis. So when the math works out like that, I would move that we grant 80 to Taxi USA, of which 10% must be ADA compliant.
Is there a second? For Taxi USA. Not hearing a second, the motion will not be presented. I guess we need to deliberate more.
I'm afraid that number's going to throw everything out of whack a little bit, but I would like to make a motion that we grant 65 permits to Taxi USA.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of granting Taxi USA an additional 65 permits, is that with the 10%?
Yes.
With 7 of those 65 permits being ADA accessible? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
No.
1 nay, motion passes.
What's our running tally now?
240.
I'll make a motion. I believe QuickCab gave us a pretty good presentation showing that they were doing quite well with the 25 they had. Our numbers are starting to get out of whack. We're going to be close to 300 very soon. I propose that we give 25 to QuickCab, with 10% being ADA.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 25 additional permits to Quick Cab.
Where are we?
265.
I thought they said 35.
I'll make a motion for Yellow Cab to receive, I'm going to split the difference between the numbers that were put out before. Yellow Cab that receives 40. I'm impressed with their commitment to financially encourage drivers to go to the underserved areas.
I'll second that. And that's with ADA.
And with 10% being ADA.
And I think it's important to remind our companies out there that the ordinance requires that companies answer all calls. If the commission finds out that there are calls in underserved areas that aren't being answered, that can result in a permit for that company to be revoked. So it's a very important message to understand. So the companies need to monitor their drivers and make sure that they are answering those calls and figure out ways to incentivize their drivers to do that.
We have a motion in a second.
All right, got a motion on the table about for 40 for yellow cab with 10% ADA.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
We have
305.
right, we have 3 more, Checker, Green, and United.
All right, on green, there were 2 numbers put out. One was 30 and one was 10. Anybody got some thoughts on that?
20.
That's what I had written down.
I do like that they're green. I like the fact that they said that they are working on the ADAs that are already out there that they can get. So I would move 20 additional permits for green, of which 10% must be ADA accessible.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of granting 20 additional permits to Green Cab, of which 10% would be ADA accessible?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. We're now at 325 total.
I'll go ahead and look at United. I'm disappointed that they have 0 ADA now. Was not entirely comforted by their explanation of what they plan to do with ADA. But given that we've also have not really factored that into a lot of them, we had a couple numbers out there at 10 and 40. I'm inclined to do move 20 for United, of which 10% must be ADA compliant.
I'll second that.
All those in favor of granting 20 additional permits to United, of which 2 must be ADA compliant? Say aye. Any nays?
Nay.
Motion passes with 1 nay.
We're at 345.
I believe the only company remaining to be considered is Checker.
I was impressed with their presentation. I was impressed with their history and with what they sent prior to the meeting.
I will note that they're requesting 50. Their presentation indicated, though, that their numbers of calls wouldn't necessarily require an additional 50 permits. It seemed to be significantly less than that.
My math came in at 11% based on their calls.
So would that be then?
But
12 additional?
But I do think also that they may have made an effort on the ADA and are working towards that.
Great effort.
So I would be more inclined to do something in the 20 range.
Well, I'll make a motion that we grant 25 additional permits to Checker Cab.
Is there a second?
Of which 10%?
Of which 10% would be ADA.
I'll second that.
So the motion is 25 additional permits to checker cab, of which 3 would be ADA accessible. All those in favor?
Aye. We're at 370.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Total of 370.
The 800, that would bring 1,170 cabs on the road.
I have,
Not 1,125.
Well, figuring 800 for 755.
Oh, you're counting
80 days.
the 80, yeah, we did, right.
The only issue that's left, we do need to make a determination on how quickly these cars have to be in service. I think the last time we did 120. It's the interesting part about the mix that, and I'm not sure what the actual time should be, is we're going to have a lot of cabs moving from company to company, so it's going to be, the total won't change. We're still going to have to add an additional 370 taxi cabs plus plus ADAs. I mean, theoretically, another 37 could be ADA cabs on top of that, not counting not just the ADAs. They get the 10%. We did 120 the last time. You know, that's 4 months. We could. Some of the companies will have them on quicker than that. Some will have a harder time.
Can we split it and require that half be in 60 and the other half be in the other 60? Is that too?
I think you've got the authority to give them whatever deadlines you'd like to give. I don't know. I'll look at legal. She may have a different thought.
You're building a wheelchair vehicle, it takes longer than 60 days.
Correct. Correct.
So that could drag that time out longer on the 88.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's dependent on where you perceive the public convenience and necessity, what you perceive that as requiring, you know, in terms of if you see kind of a gradual ramp up in the need within the community and, you know, if you want to stagger it on that basis, I think that would be, you know, based on a reasonable finding.
Well, I see we're at a significant deficit today, not so much in the future. We have a big event in the first week of April, and then we have summer beginning with CMA Music Festival. 120 days from now takes care of CMA in the summer, and 60 days takes care of the women's Final Four. We could have half on in time for that. I mean, it's a national event. We don't want to have any instance of anybody not being able to get a cab on either one of those.
April, yeah.
So we get 60 days there for half, and then another 60 days for the second half.
Then might I make a suggestion that you do April 30th, April 1st, have to have the first batch on by April the 1st.
Okay.
So half of each, whatever they're allotted, half must be on by April the 1st. And then if you wanted to go another 60 days, you're at by June the 1st, and that would take care of CMA. CMA will be the 7th, 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
And then we have the issue, obviously, with the time lag on the ADA. If there was going to be any penalty associated with bringing on that 10% ADA, the first 60 days, I think that should be deferred to the 120 days. I don't know how to say that.
In the form of a motion?
Yeah, in the form of a motion. I don't know how to say it in the form of a motion. But we don't want to penalize anybody because they can't get one built in 60 days.
Mr. Turner raises the point. What he would like to do is to be able to have the half of the fleet come on, of the new acquisitions come on by April the 1st, the second half to come on by June the 1st, but allow that all the ADAs would be subject to this. In other words, make sure that they're not penalized by not getting on as part of the first half. So what you could do is just say half by the 1st of April, half the other half by June the 1st, with the exception of the ADAs, and they all have to be on by June the 1st.
Yeah.
Somebody has to move it and then...
Yeah, I can't
Do you
just
want
say
to
it.
move that then? So do you understand it?
I've got a motion that half of the new permits that were authorized today would be done by April 1st. The second half would be done by June 1st, and with the exception that the ADAs do not have to be completed by April 1st, that all the ADAs need to be on board by June 1st.
And in addition to that, just
to remind the commission, there's already an existing rule that, excuse me, we're still meeting. There's an existing rule already in place that taxi cab companies must have, are not allowed to have more than 10% of their permits unfilled, so they've got that little bit of wiggle room no matter what we order as far as ramping up these additional permits.
And staff will work with them. It's going to take a lot of work with them to make this happen anyway. We'll work with them to make sure this happens.
And also, did you make the announcement that they're non-transfer, they can't transfer them or something?
One of the questions that was asked of a commissioner is what's the process of someone to be sold or transferred? No, permits cannot be sold, transferred, and it's very clear in the ordinance, prior to the commission approving it. So basically, if someone were to sell a company, I think they would actually forfeit it if they actually went through a sale. It probably wouldn't exist as a company. If I owned it and sold it to Ms. Costonis without your permission, once she owns it, and she couldn't operate it because you didn't give her permission to.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a certificate.
Right. I can't sell the certificate. I can sell the company, but I can't sell the certificate or the authority to operate within Davidson County.
Patrick, you want to make your motion again? I'm sorry.
I would make a motion that one half of the permits, additional permits that were authorized today would be completed by April 1st. The cabs would be on the streets by April 1st. The second half would be by June 1st. That's of the year 2014. That with the proviso that the ADA cabs do not have to be on until June 1st, 2014. That's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Do we have to do records? We have to do records now.
Yeah.
May I speak to the crowd just a minute? Make
Sure.
Folks, so we've finished the taxi cab part of it. We have additional things to do. You're welcome to stay, but we're going to need you to be relatively quiet. I'm sorry that the amplification system has gone out, but we still have some additional hearings we have to. But again, we're finished with the taxi cab business portion of the meeting today.
Happy people are clapping. That never happens. You take care.
We still have records to do.
Oh, we got, look, this is the agenda for the rest of the meeting, which we should have had a
I
different.
have an event I've got to go to.
You can leave. We still have a quorum if you have to leave.
I have to go to Wine, Women, and Shoes.
Oh, I know. My wife's going to that.
I need to text my
We're
wife.
producing it. I mean, we're.
Yes. Outside. Yes.
I really did something here. I mean, let me show you what.
What exactly are we?
Grid.
What, just this right here? Do we have
all of that too, if they're here.
This is gone, thank God.
Oh, it is?
That was going to be lengthy.
So I wonder if these are something, if he says they're all okay, we could just move it through.
I think so. He would have told me something. You ready?
I just wanted to see what my originals were. We were really not that far away.
At this point, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. Thank you for your patience. We've got new record driver permit requests, Mr. Fields, from a number of individuals.
Yeah. The first one is Patrick Clements. Patrick Clements.
Did he say?
Mr. Clements was notified that he needed to be present for the hearing.
Maurice Kennings.
Either deferral or denial. It's your.
Since it's 4 hours after it started.
I understand.
I move we defer to the next meeting.
Second.
Mr. Fields, are there any of these new driver permits that had no issues, or do we need to?
No, all of these had some sort of an issue. When they made the change in the ordinance, it allowed the staff to be able to cover those. These are folks that, for one reason or the other. Maurice Jennings was at your meeting. Mr. Jennings? He was at your last meeting in the minutes that you'll recall. He failed a drug charge. You were asking him if he could pass a drug test that day. He said he was not sure. And you said that he needed to return to the next meeting in order to be considered. He was notified a couple of different times that he would be here today. So he's actually been in front of you before.
Move to deny.
I would second that.
Motion passes, or excuse me, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes to
Can we take
deny,
care of Mr. Clemens?
Mr. Kenning's application. Going back to Mr. Clemens, did we defer that?
I made a motion to defer.
Second.
Thought y'all paid.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Clements will be deferred to next month. Mr. Walter Johnson?
Move to deny.
Mr. Fields, do you have anything?
I'm sorry,
with respect to-
Mr. Johnson is in the same situation that Mr. Kennings was in. He failed to, he was at the last meeting, you talked to him about passing a drug test. He was not very clear. You suggested he come back with a drug test. Mr. Johnson, he was also notified.
Move to deny.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson's application, or permit request is denied. Delbert Michael?
Mr. Michael has applied to be a record driver, representative from A.B. Collier. Correct. When he renewed his application, he failed to fulfill a 2012 drug paraphernalia charge. He's just presented to you an expungement order on that charge. But all that he just failed to list it.
Yeah. I make a motion that we approve.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Picked a good day to come.
Nathaniel Story? Mr. Fields?
Mr. Story,
What's his story?
he failed to list charges on his application.
Defer. Move to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Be deferred to February. Anthony Ramsey?
Mr. Ramsey also was in a situation we failed to disclose 2 charges from 1999.
Move to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Mr. Fields, all these deferrals, could you give us a kind of reminder next month that these were deferrals from this month if they don't show up? Thank you.
I'll indicate that on the agenda.
Please. Thank you.
John Waldron?
Mr. Waldron also was in a situation where he he actually failed to appear, and he failed to say he failed to appear. So that was his problem. I had to say that.
Did he know? He knew he was supposed to be
He was notified again. He could have been here at the start.
I'm
and
saying, was he here? Did he tell anyone that he was here?
We didn't check him in. I don't know.
I want to make sure I'm clear.
He's already missed one meeting, apparently.
Okay.
So this is the
He didn't show up
second one?
last time, and he didn't show up this time, so.
We didn't show up last time either?
No.
So I move to
I didn't know he
deny.
was sick.
I'll second Ms. Marco's motion.
Right, he just didn't show up last time.
If that's in the minute, I don't have the minutes in front of me. If it's showing in the minutes, he failed to show up.
That's what I understood you said a moment ago. is
Right.
what I was-
No, I'm sorry. He just failed to appear today. I'm sorry.
I thought-
What his disclosure, I apologize. I probably should, maybe I've been meeting too long today. His original charge that he failed to reveal to you was a failure to appear. He's also failed to appear today.
Okay, yeah. I got caught up in the
Somewhere.
punchline.
Failed to appear to
Then
appear.
we should defer that.
I apologize.
That's okay, that's okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, next item, we've got some new taxi
No.
Cab driver permit requests.
Complaint here.
That's been scratched.
That's been scratched. Mr. Fields?
Yeah, you have two, you have, I think, today, Mr. Khalid.
Mr. Fields?
In his application, he failed to list some charges that were dating back to 1999. When he failed, obviously, we had to bring him to you for your consideration.
I misunderstood. It was like 10 years when I went to apply for the application for the courses. I said 10 years, it was like just 10 years, you know. That's my mistake, I'm sorry. And I did it again.
What were the charges?
And I applied, there were actually, one was in 1996, and it was a deceptive business practice, and then there was a 91, which was a insufficient funds on a check.
1996, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And that's it.
That's all.
Has he since corrected his application?
He just failed to put it on his original application. But by the rule, I'm required to, by your rule, I'm required to bring him to consider, for you to consider.
And he's got to be the driver.
Yes.
He'll be driving from American Music City, correct?
Yes.
I would move that we approve his application.
I second that.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we have Makibra Demota. Mr. Fields?
In his application, he failed to disclose 2010 prostitution charge.
I didn't remember. I didn't remember all the past from 2010. All the records from 2010, the traffic ticket and all of them. I couldn't remember all of them, but the second time I fill up everything. Yeah, and
In his second application, I think what he was saying, in his first application, he failed to include that charge. Do you remember, what was the outcome of that charge? Was it dismissed?
dismissed. You're right. It was dismissed, so I didn't know I was supposed to fill it up.
One of the issues we have in the application that we're going to make it clear is to help them make sure they understand is just because it was dismissed doesn't mean that they don't need to reveal it. But sometimes in court processes, they're told it's gone, don't worry about it, you're innocent, go forth. And then they basically, when they fill out an application, they say, they told me not to worry.
What was that charge again?
Patronizing a prostitute.
Patronizing, okay.
It was probably a conditional guilty plea taken under advisement.
Actually, it was not a guilty, like between guilty and not guilty. I was not guilty, but it was, the court decision, so I had to accept anyways.
Everything's in line now, Mr.
Yes.
Fields? I move that we approve his application.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thanks.
Jonathan Formica.
Mr. Mike also failed in his initial application to disclose a 1994 burglary charge and a 2004 resisting arrest charge.
And those were from what year again?
1994 and 2004.
Okay.
So why have a company representative of Green still here?
Melinda just left, but she told me that I would be employed by them if the hearing went well. So,
And you're for taxi driver of the year.
yes, ma'am.
That gentleman has robbed, shot, survived, and drove.
He does have a proof of affiliation with Green Cab.
I also have my medical examiner's card already, and I was approved for a limo permit. It came a day later, but Grand Avenue had hired me, and then it came a day later from TLC, so I had to wait for the February class because I operated as a limo driver as well for a yellow cab in Louisville, Kentucky. Actually, I drove a cab for 14 years. I ran 5 hotels and 4 restaurants. I detailed it and everything in there and the story of everything that happened. I was 19. It was a big misunderstanding, and it was dropped in 1996. Not only did I also do Medicaid runs, but for years, I'm certified to work with children and adults with developmental disabilities, autism, Down syndrome. I taught wellness as well as drove a cab on the weekends for over 3 of those years. So of course, if this charge would have ever have been anything of relevance at all, which was expunged, I thought, and dropped, I wouldn't have been able to operate as a cab driver or any of that. I've tried to be the best citizen I can possibly be. I was born here. My mom went to Vandy. I'm a musician and a published poet, and I would love to operate a taxi in this town. The GM and the safety director at Yellow Cab in Louisville, Kentucky, as well as probably Mr. Mackin would give me a shining reference. And I'm prepared to provide that, or if you want to call them as a reference as well. So.
The charge that you forgot to state, what year was that?
I was 19 years old, sir. It was a burglary charge, and it was a big misunderstanding. I detailed it.
What year was it?
1993, 4. Okay. Yes, sir. The recent arrest, I had no idea it was also dropped as well during that. But I tell you this, I'm young. I was younger. I had made some mistakes, but I have an 8-year-old son and a mom back in Louisville, and I'm trying to get my son here, and the best thing for that would be for me to operate a taxi in your all's lovely city. I know the town well already, and I've been here over the years. Actually, I played with a signed band for years, and we played the rhyming. And like I said, I'm a published poet.
Why did you fail to disclose it on the application?
Sir, actually, I'd forgotten. I actually didn't think it was there. Like I said, I operated a taxi for 14 years.
No. Just, you forgot to put them on there when you were answering the question, that's it?
No, sir, I didn't realize that it would even be on there. If that had been the case, I'm one of those gentlemen that I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm a very honest human being.
Didn't think it would not be on.
I'd actually forgotten that it was even an issue because, like I said, I'm certified to work with children and adults with autism and Down syndrome, so there would be absolutely no way that if this charge had been of any relevance that it would have, showed up.
But the application asked for any convictions, correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
And you didn't put it down.
It was dropped in court, but it showed that I was still arrested for it.
Right.
And it was misunderstanding. Ironically, I put in my letter, which is kind of humorous. The officer who came and arrested me, he called my mom for me because he grew up with her in my neighborhood, which is called the Highlands. It's similar to East Nashville. I do have business lined up in East Nashville if I'm able and allowed to operate a taxi. I will represent your city well. I know the hotels well. And like I said, for over a decade, literally, I ran 5 hotels and 4 restaurants. They only called me. They were high-end. I drove many jockeys, trainers, and owners to the Kentucky Derby.
Can you tell me about the DUI in 2004?
Yes, ma'am. I put that on my record, but I don't drink anymore, but it was actually a misunderstanding. I wasn't in a taxi or anything like that. I had taken a little time off, and I actually wasn't even in the vehicle when it did occur. But apparently the keys were in there, and I was with a lady friend of mine, and I basically took the fall for it all, and it was it happened. I'm not going to lie to you, but I don't drink anymore or any of that kind of nonsense. I turned 40 years old 2 weeks ago. I'm a single dad. I moved here for an opportunity musically and that kind of thing. Like I said, I'm also writing a book, but even with Yellow Cab and taking into consideration when it happened, there's a certain amount of time limit that you're supposed to be allowed before you can actually come back and operate a taxi. They understood the fact of what happened, and they actually allowed me to come back early. Pete Rosen and, like I said, Mr. Mackin and Joe Fowler, the safety director at Yellow Cab, if anyone called them from any of this panel, they would definitely give me a reference as far as that goes. Melinda had got a reference from them as well, from the Green Cab, and she has hired me as long as this goes well. I'll tell you guys, to be honest with you, I've tried to fashion myself as a great citizen. I'm a Kentucky Colonel. I was nominated by Governor Beshear personally, and I've tried to be a better human being. My car broke down before Thanksgiving when I went home. I literally have caught buses in the rain and the snow to satisfy whatever is needed. I spoke to the director when I had to go back over to TLC to resubmit all my applications and all of that. And this gentleman and these ladies over here have been nothing but amazing. And I've gotten to this point today. So all I can tell you guys is that I represent the city well. All 5 of my hotels or any of my restaurants would literally give me a reference. They were sad to see me go. Anytime I went uptown, musically or anything, I made sure that they were taken care of always. I don't, I know the city well. I know what the flat rates are already. The only thing that I have to do now is do taxi school if I'm allowed. That's been paid for. Everything's
I move to approve this application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sundong.
Go ahead, let him tell him.
Yes.
Mr. Fields?
Yes, Mr. Tong, when he applied, failed to reveal the 2008 charges. Both were domestic assault charges.
You said both, how many?
In 2009, he failed to, there was a domestic assault charge on June the 13th, 2009 that he did not reveal. The charge was dismissed. In 2008, there was an additional domestic violence charge that was also dismissed. Just failed to.
Can you tell me what happened?
Okay.
What had happened was in 2008, I was defending myself from an assault.
Who assaulted you?
It was a domestic person. It was a family member, actually. They had taken a lot of money from me.
A man?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. That's correct. A lot of money and my business. They took my business, and they went into my house and took my fixtures while I was away. And upon returning it to the premises to sell it, I had noticed that it was exchanged for one of his items.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So when I'm sorry?
I can't hear you.
Just basically, it was I was defending myself because when I had gone into my business, he had charged me and assaulted me, and I was just defending myself from the situation. Just quickly moved to diffuse the situation, and that when the judge knew about the situation, he just dismissed it. And the reason why I didn't disclose it was because, from what I understood, it was dismissed by the judge because, again, he knew that all the charges were false.
What about the second time?
The second time, it was my ex. She's got bipolar issues. She was on medication. We had just gone from dinner, and she called the police saying that I assaulted her, which never occurred. I was holding our baby at the time. He was 1 year old after dinner, and was trying to put the baby to sleep, and she shouted obscenities at me, and my mother and my father, which are deceased, she said some pretty bad things. But anyways, she called the police just because of the mood that she was in, that for no reason I don't understand. But the police came, and I left. I went to jail because I didn't want to be around her, and we're no longer together.
But that charge was dismissed as well?
Yes.
They're both dismissed, and it's pretty rare for a domestic assault case to be dismissed. From my experience,
yes, sir.
Many people charged with that. It's pretty rare for them just to be straight out dismissed unless there's
yes, sir.
no evidence at all.
Because they're
I don't understand why you wouldn't have reported it, because I couldn't possibly hold this against you if it's been dismissed because
honestly,
you don't report it.
I'm not the type of person to to hold on to a conflict. Things just happen, and you just try to do the best you can to move forward.
I just keep hearing person after person comes in here who has failed to report something on their application, and it would be so easy just to report it.
Again, I knowingly did not report it because the situation when we went to court and it was addressed, all those charges were without merit. So I never even bothered to think about it.
The point that we're trying to make is it's very important that you're as truthful and absolutely truthful on your application. And the problem we're having is that you didn't disclose it, not necessarily the substance of what you didn't disclose.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are some personal issues. I did not disclose that like I have done tonight. I feel very uncomfortable talking about it, really, but had I known that it was required because it was not a homicide or drinking while intoxicated or whatever, I did not know that it would affect obtaining a license. So again, I knowingly did not disclose it.
I'd make a motion to approve his application because though they're very serious misdemeanor charges, and if there was any disposition of guilty, I would not be making this motion.
I understand.
But because they were dismissed, and with knowledge I have about how hard it is to have a domestic assault charge dismissed, I would move to grant the application, and I would suggest you go get those expunged.
From my understanding, it has been expunged. Is that correct?
No, it's not. But that's something else.
That is something else.
Right, all those in favor of granting Mr. Thomas' application, motion passes. Any other business, Mr. Fields?
No other business. I would like to just take a point of privilege and say the manner in which you deliberated the issue of taxi cab permits over the last couple of months, because I know you've been studying, because I've seen the questions that you have sent to me. I want to commend you for that effort. It's a hard job that y'all serve. You've now been here a long time today, and I want to, from a staff and a government standpoint, I want to thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
That's very generous of you, given that we just doubled the work.
Thank you.